The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Hey, can you hear me? Hope you can hear me now. Yeah, yeah, everything is fine. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Yeah, I had some, kind of technical emergency stuff since I'm working from home. If it is an office, it's easy for me to handle these issues. Yeah, I think I'm all set. I can do it now. But what I have to do now, I have to upload the material. Okay, so you can hear me, right? Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Just to upload the material, I'm not sharing my screen for a moment, so I can access the FTP now. So for that, I just have to stop sharing my screen. I'm sure you cannot see my screen right now. Just give me a moment, like I'm doing right now, because I have to share the material before I start the session. And yeah, hold on guys. A lot of things happening today here. Okay. Okay. So just adding day 3 of day FTP folder, and I'm adding the material and examples, and in the material adding the material too. Coming to examples, okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay, so first thing, I uploaded the material, and second, we have something to, I have to clarify a few things before I start my session. I'm so sorry for today. Usually I don't start late. I always start 9:30 or 9:40 because it is some kind of unexpected stuff. Uh, so, uh, so the first thing is we have training, Java training in the morning hours. After lunch, we have SQL training. Okay, so Thian will take over and he will start SQL training after lunch. So coming to before lunch, what I have to do? So before lunch, I have to finish day two. Actually, we have to talk one topic of day two. So technically, we are in day three today, but still we have something to finish from day two. I would like to finish day two first, which is very simple topic, and then day three I'm going to discuss after that, which is exception management, which is a kind of simple topic. It's not very big like OOP. It's pretty simple topic. And day three material is uploaded already, and day three examples also already uploaded in FTP. You can access right now. Okay. And there is one more I wanted to convey about evaluation. So these are things I have to convey because it is very important. Coming to evaluation, evaluation would be any day of next week. Next week, which is April 20 week. The April 20 week. Okay. Yeah, April 20 week. From 20 to 24, we do not know. You will get an email from us when you have to take the evaluation. The first round as well as second round, you will get email. Okay. And second thing, for the evaluation, you have to turn on the camera. You have to turn on the camera. So you must have working camera and you must have a valid mic, I mean the working mic, and you will get an email, detailed email from Miguel. Miguel will send an email to everyone, and you have to make sure you have the setup, the camera as well as mic. Okay, so just wanted to convey that so that we don't start evaluation until you start the camera. If you do not have working camera, if camera is not working, we don't start the evaluation, and you cannot take the evaluation too. So whatever efforts you are putting for this training, you have to make sure it will go smooth by using proper mic and the camera, which is important. Okay, so we are doing the evaluation for 4 days, 3 to 5 days, and you will get to know when you have to take the evaluation. The evaluation would be 10 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We don't know that too. Either it would be at 10 o'clock in the morning or it would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we will let you know that. Okay. And if anyone have any constraints or any concerns about this evaluation and the timings, please let us know. Let's say if you do not have, if you are using desktop, right? People are using desktop. I know somebody was using desktop. If you are using desktop and you can say maybe you do not have camera, right? You might not have camera. That is fine. So what you have to do, you have to turn on maybe a video call in your phone. Maybe you install Skype in your phone, and you have to make a call in phone, and that phone, through the phone I can see you. In the desktop, you have to share your screen. Maybe you can use TeamViewer or something, so you can share your screen in the desktop using TeamViewer kind of thing, or maybe, and you can turn on the camera in your phone if you do not have camera. If you are using laptop, I hope laptop having by default camera, you don't have to worry. If you are using desktop, somehow you have to turn on camera and screen sharing. Somehow you have to do that. Okay, so that is important. That's what we want everyone. If you do not turn on the camera, I repeat, we don't do evaluation for you. Okay, so if anyone have any concerns, any questions about this, please email to me, Theon, and even to Miguel. He can also help out. So yeah, I can see a lot of questions. Let me take these questions very quickly, and then I'll start the training. Okay, just hold on, guys. I know I'm running little late today, but I don't want to rush. I have to teach whatever I'm planning to do. Okay, so the question from Birdsey. Okay, yeah, I think Theon replied. Okay, I'm sorry. Right, as I said, Asmin, as I said, the evaluation day would be any day the next week, which is from April 20 to April 24. Okay, that is something I do not know even today, but you will get the schedule at least by Thursday or Wednesday. We are trying to fix it. Okay, so as I said, it would be the morning 10 o'clock or afternoon 1 o'clock. So any day from 20 to 24, and you will also have second Skype video call would be the same. Maybe on Monday itself, both rounds. Round one, round two would be on Monday itself, or maybe on Friday, because we have a lot of people, close to 100 people. So, we are only three people are doing the whole thing. So we have, we need a lot of, time for that. We are doing that. Okay. So, so there is one more question, like, can we use our notes for the evaluation? So unfortunately, you cannot use your notes. I'm sorry for that. You cannot use any of your previous material. You cannot refer your examples or assignments, whatever you did the whole week of training. Unfortunately, you cannot use that. So you have to just open the Eclipse or whatever tool on the question paper which you are giving. That's it. You cannot even deviate from those two screens. People will be watching you for the 3 hours and they will notify you if at all if you are opening. So that's not good. So if at all if you are opening somebody, it happened last time and somebody was opening Google and searching in Google. So unfortunately the evaluation has been cancelled right away. So the trainer will see that and he will or she will just close your evaluation. So try to do not use the previous material. Try to prepare before that. Okay. So there is one more question. I'm still working on second day two assignments, but have not started day two project. Do I still have time? That reject me from the evaluation. So I'm so sorry for that. There is no no rules like rejecting you because you didn't finish the project. It's not like that. But maybe you need more time. Maybe you need more time. So take some time. Maybe today and tomorrow. At least you can finish in next 2 days. So it's not like we don't reject just by not submitting the work. We understand people are here, like they are learning Java from very scratch. They are learning Java. Maybe they know Java and they're just learning very quickly here. We understand we have different types of people here. Maybe you are very new to Java and maybe you need more time to finish the project. I totally understand that, but keep working on that. If any questions, please email. I'm sorry, I have to reply to a lot of emails. I didn't reply to emails either. As I said, I have some issues in the since morning, since early morning. So I can reply to the emails. I know you must stuck somewhere in the project. I can help you. Okay. So you can take more time, Kimani, Kelly, understand that, but keep work on that. Don't think like these people will reject you just because of not working on the project. Don't do that. Okay. Don't think like that, but we will try to help you. Okay. And there's one more question. Can we have preference timings for our evaluation? I don't think so as of now, but you can request, but I'm not sure if that works. So please email us, like if you have any evaluation preference, like, uh, but I'm not sure from my side because it's not just me. It's a lot of people are taking the evaluation. A lot of, manager also will be doing the evaluation. He'll be talking to you in Skype, the round two, maybe round one. So you can request for evaluation preference timings, but I'm not very sure about that. Maybe or may not be, they won't. It's up to them. Okay. So there is one more question. Have you looked on my email regarding assignment two? That's what I'm so sorry, Iqbal. I got a lot of close to 50 emails about the Java work. I didn't go through that since morning. I was working on some other issues. I'll try to reply to your email maybe before end of the day because I have session till 5 o'clock in the evening. I'll try to help you. Okay. Thank you very much for understanding. And there is a question from Patrick. I submitted the assignment due today via day one. Uh, the day one upload the link as well as sending the email to. Yes, it's really good, Patrick. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And there is one more question like, I am running a little bit behind the project. What should I do? You don't have to worry since you are working and you said you're a little behind. That should be fine. But my suggestion is not just for you, for everyone. People who still working on day two, people who still working on project, that is totally fine. Please continue your work. Please finish your work and you will get even more time. I mean, you don't have to submit today itself. A lot of people submitted. I know that there are few people still working on that. Understand totally. Maybe they are new to programming, maybe new to Java. That is totally fine because even for evaluation also we understand a lot of things. It's not just 3 hours behave. It's not, we can't estimate anyone just in 3 hours. We can't just decide you are good, you are not good just in 3 hours. You know that we consider so many things. Don't worry about that. You can work on that, but try to finish as soon as you can. Okay. So there is one more question from Sravanti. Like for every person, 2 days or one day, two Skype calls. Sravanti, like as I said, I'm not sure about that. It would be same day, maybe morning coding evaluation, evening Skype call, Skype video call, or one day you have to take coding text, maybe other day you have to take Skype video call. That is something I can't say right now. If you are 20-30 people, I can tell you exactly when we are doing. Since we have a lot of people here, we have to make some schedule. We are making some schedule. Uh, I don't know. Mostly we are planning to do in a day, in same day, two Skype calls. We are planning, but not sure. If you have any concerns about that, please email us. Okay, we can try to help you. Okay, so there is one more question from Richard. Will we have a study packet? So Richard, study packet means we given the material from day one. We given the whole material in day one itself. We given examples too. We are giving material from day one. Even today I given the material. We don't have any additional study packet apart from PPT. The PPT is completely enough. Okay, the PPT would be completely enough. And coming to evaluation, the questions won't be direct questions. Questions can be indirect questions, right? Questions can be application kind of questions. Question can be tricky questions. That is something you have to practice the programming. Assignments can help you out, and also you can practice in online too. But we don't have any other additional study packet, so you can just go through the PPT. So there is one more question from Asmin. If we fail the evaluation, can we join again? Yes. So I can, yeah, it's a good question. So others can also listen this question. If you fail the evaluation, you don't have to worry about that. You can try again. So we have a lot of other training programs going on, not just Java. We do have Python. We do have .NET. We do have PHP, and a lot of other means I don't know the other programs. Like it might take some time, but even I don't know when we will start the next batch. As of now, we don't have any information because a lot of things happening outside. Like it's not because clients recruitment is also kind of slow nowadays. You know that it's because of a little crisis happening outside. So we do not know when we are going to start next batch. But if you fail this evaluation, you can join for another program. You can try again for Java, or you can try for other training. But that we do not know when we start. As of now, we don't have any idea, and we don't know when we will start. That is something depends on many factors uh, that we don't know. Okay, so but you can try. You can try. Keep touch with your recruiter, whoever recruited you. Talk to them. Let them know if you want to try for other batch, so they will give you a call. Okay. So next question: would the evaluation be similar to assignments we are being doing? Yes. See, the evaluation would be similar to assignments. It can be little more complex than that. It can be little easy than that. So you know what I'm saying, Liang? So the evaluation questions, not exactly assignment question, honestly. It more or less assignments question can be one question even easier than that, and one or two question may be complex than that. Complex means what? Whatever you learn, it's the same. But you have to think and solve it. It's a problem solving, right? Okay. So there is one more question. Are we gonna solve the project? Yes. So whatever project I give in the hotel project, you have to solve it. It is highly recommended to finish the project. Okay. So there is one more question from Liang. So would the evaluation be similar to assignments? I think I answered this question, right? Okay. And can you share the sample evaluation questions? See, basically sample evaluation questions, as I said, evaluation questions. So if you start sharing one question, so it's more or less same question, but I can do it if you want. But don't worry too much about that. Whatever assignments you are solving, it's a kind of assignment evaluation questions. It's the same. Okay. So, but I don't think I can share the questions. It's the same questions. I don't have to show any difference. Both are same. If you are really doing the assignments well, especially in time, even if you are running out of time, if you keep working on that, at least you can finish maybe in late, should be fine. Okay. So how long the evaluation, and how another question, how long the evaluation will be, and getting feedback even if you fail. So I do not know. I'm sorry, a lot of questions I'm saying I don't know, I don't know. I can't say that. But what I can say, let's say you are taking evaluation today. Ricardo Gill, I hope you are hearing me. Let's say you are taking evaluation today. It's Monday. Let's say example, okay? It's Monday. So the result will be either you pass it or you whatever it is. Okay, the result would be after 2 days, at least after 2 days. So because we are doing closely with 100 people, I told we are 100 people are taking evaluation next week, and you know it's me to go through each and every Java code you submitted. It's me to verify each and every person, and I have to say whatever right or wrong, or pass or fail, whatever. So I'm sure I might take at least 2 days, 2 to 3 days, at least 2 to 3 days to a week. So I can tell you probably on next Friday, at most next Friday, which is 24th. If you take evaluation either 20 or 21st at whatever, by 24th of next week, you will get it. You will get the result, whatever, pass or fail, whatever. Okay, that's what I'm assuming. Depending on the group of people are taking the training. So I'm hoping that. Okay, so you can plan maybe next Friday. So there is one more question, like I have submitted a shareable link in day 1 assignments and day 2 assignment and project. I have created a new folder named day2. Not required since it's the same, right? Uh, whatever you shared with us, it's the same folder, right? So it's the same folder, but in the same location, but you create a new folder and you are doing. So you don't have to do anything. You do nothing. I can take care of that. Yeah, I can take care of that. That's good, Tom. That's good. And there's one more question. What will be doing in Skype video call? So Skype video call is a manager round. It's a manager round, not technical round. Honestly, not technical. It's mostly manager round. He might be asking about you, like what did you do so far, where did you graduated, maybe how much Java. I mean, I don't know about Java, but he asked some generic questions about your history, like maybe your work. If you are working somewhere, what kind of work you did, maybe kind of communication check. He might check your communication. Yeah, maybe he'll ask you about your visa status. Maybe I'm just guessing these questions. Okay, so these are the non-technical discussion will be there in the second round. Okay, it won't be any, no single technical question. Okay, right? And there is one more question. The coding test will be 3 hours. Other test will. Oh, no. The coding test will be 3 hours. The other Skype video call is just 5 to 10 minutes. The other Skype video call would be 5 to 10 minutes, which is with my manager. Of course, it's just non-technical discussion for 5 to max 10 minutes. He'll be talking to you. Okay. So there is a question. I just repeat the question. The coding test would be 3 hours, and other test also 3 hours. No, the other test Skype video call is only 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. So next question, what will be the waiting period if I want to do the Java again? So Ashmin is asking question like, what will be the waiting period if I want to do the Java again? That is something I do not know, Ashmin, because you know, right? The market is now, it's not like earlier. It's not like earlier. I don't know how the situation is too bad outside. I don't know how it will be go that. I don't know how long it will take. But as of now, the software jobs, IT jobs are still good. I can say the IT jobs are even now they are good. But we are just watching the situation very carefully, and then we make some decision. If you are waiting for next Java batch or next Python batch, we don't know when we will start it. We don't know. It might take 1 month, 2 months, or 6 months. We don't know that. It's all depending on situation outside. Hope you understand that, because as of now, it's too horrible outside. You know that, and of course, even now IT jobs are good. As of today, they are working remotely. Wherever you are, you do remote work. It is IT jobs are okay as of now, but we are just watching the situation very carefully. Okay, so if you really want to try for next batch, you have to talk to recruiter. Let the recruiter know that you want to do it again whenever we start a new batch. That is something, no time, I don't know, I cannot tell you right now. Okay, so there is one more question. Now, when grading, does the code have 100% right, or are we getting partial credit for trying? Yes. So as I said, that's a good question. Somebody is saying, when grading, does the code have to be 100% right, or we getting partial credit for trying? Yes, you will get partial credit for trying. See, as I said, it's a 3 hours, 3 questions. We don't want you to execute all 300%. It might be not possible. Even you are really good in coding, sometimes it might be not possible. But whatever you can try. Like people tried 2 questions completely. The third question they tried. I can see how much you tried, how close you are you doing the right direction or not? Then I can consider that. It's not something you have to execute all 3. It's not something you you know but yeah, I can see, like, even if you try that, even if you are trying to solve the problem, you tried, somehow you not able to finish it, I can see your effort. How did you try? Are you really tried in right way, or you just didn't start well? I mean, I can see all of them. There is no marks, there is no grade even, but all I have to see is, I have to see your coding skills. The only concern from my side is you have to be good in coding. Whatever problem I given, you have to understand the problem right way, solve it using some Java syntax. You can try it. If you can, you can finish it. If not, whatever you tried, I can see the efforts and I can do it. That's a good question, but yeah, you will get partial credit for that in your credit language. Okay. Okay. So any more question? That's all. I don't see any more questions here. So yeah. So coming to the evaluation timings and everything would be any day next week. We will just send an email maybe in another 2 days about your exact schedule, evaluation time and date. Make sure you have camera. If you don't have any camera, please let us know. Better you drop the training. If anyone not able to, having camera by next week, you better drop the training. But I don't think they start evaluation for you without camera. You must have camera and mic. You have to make sure they are working fine with your Skype. You make Skype test video call and see if your Skype is working fine with your camera and mic, and then okay, and then you can take the evaluation. Okay, so that's all. So let me start. So I hope you remember what we learned so far. So far, it is day 3 of training, as you know that, and we learn the language fundamentals. We learn the Java language fundamentals, day 1. And once we learn the language fundamentals, we started learning on OOP, the important topic of Java programming, object oriented programming. And like we learn how to make classes and objects in real time situations. And we also understand different types of variables in OOP, like instance variable, static variables. And we also learn the instance blocks and static blocks. And then we also learn the inheritance with the constructors, advantage of super and this keyword. And we learn the polymorphism, the runtime polymorphism, especially how compiler responsible for polymorphism, how JVM is also taking care of runtime polymorphism. That is overriding. I mean, the kind of technically overloading and overriding the methods in parent class and child class, invoking constructors of parent class and child class using super and this keyword. And we also learn about encapsulation, hiding the data by using private access modifier, and providing public getters and setters to initialize and to get the values, but we still encapsulate the data by using private access modifier. We also learn about access modifiers for the variables, methods, and classes too. We also learn about final keyword, final classes, final variable, final methods, and we did all of them with practical examples. Okay, and I given one project on the same. Maybe people are still working on that. That is totally fine. Please keep working on that. Okay. So next, we still have to talk one topic from day 2, which is abstraction, abstracting the data, abstracting the service, basically. The encapsulation is for the data. When I say encapsulation, people are hiding the data. You know that. Encapsulation means you have to hide your data. So how you hide the data? Just by using private access modifier that we did. Okay. Now abstraction is also very common nowadays. By using abstraction, we have to abstract the service implementation. So whatever service you are implementing, you have to hide it to the consumer. When I say consumer, what do you mean consumer? Let's say I'm just giving example. Let's say I'm the manager. Okay. So maybe a team lead, maybe I'm a team technical lead, and we all are working as a team. Okay. We all working as a team, and I'm actually technical lead. So what I did, I'll ask you to develop service A. I'm asking some other person develop service B. A third person is developing service C. Whatever service you are developing, I don't have to take a look. I don't have to open your script or code. I don't have to check line by line, right? I don't have to do it. All I have to do is because I have some implementation from my end. I'm just waiting for you to done. Once you are done, I'll call it. I'll trigger it. I'll trigger your service and see the response is coming properly from your side. The response what I'm getting from you is working for me as well. The kind of testing, integration testing kind of thing. Okay. So what I have to do, I'll give you an interface to you. I'm giving interface to you, and I might be asking you, can you please implement my interface? So I repeat, I'm giving interface to service A person. I'm asking the developer, can you just implement my interface to develop service A? And it's his responsibility to implement the interface. So once he implement the interface, I have to invoke your service through same interface. Interface is actually a mediator between us. So I just need to know interface to invoke his service. I don't want to know his actual implementation. Okay. So coming to interface. So what is interface? Interface is actually a kind of empty class kind of thing, empty implementation. How to invoke interface? So we invoke interface by using interface name maybe, and that interface contain by default empty methods. You can't have any body for the, and these methods are called abstract methods. So abstract method is a method which is empty, and these methods interface contains only empty methods. So what I do initially as a technical lead, I'll just make interface because there's nothing, no Java in interface, right? Whatever interface I am making, I'll ask my developer, can you implement my interface? So how developer can implement your interface? He has to make a class service A. Maybe A. The class has to use implements keyword to implement any interface called any interface, whatever it is. If any class is implementing that interface, that class has to implement these two methods. I repeat, if any class is implementing that interface, in that class we have to implement body for these two methods. So finally, the developer is whenever he start implementing my interface, he has to implement body for these two. So I am making sure the developer is developing that method. So he's developing that method without fail. I don't have to worry about that. All I have to do is interface asking him to implement. When you start implementing, he has to implement body for these two. He can create even more methods, it's up to him, but I want him to implement these two methods without fail. So once he's done, I'll invoke that method using my interface object. I don't have to worry about your class 2. This somehow you are hiding your implementation. Somehow the developer is hiding his service implementation to the consumer, which is me. I'm trying to consume the service, whatever you develop. All I have to do is I just consume your service implementation using the same interface. It is highly recommended to develop services, the projects, whatever we are doing, highly recommended to start with interface, not with the class directly. Whenever you are working any project, I know people directly use class, hotel, and you develop all of them, right? I'm just giving example, okay? Don't worry about that. Instead of directly creating class, better you make interface first, interface, hotel app. In the interface, it's good to design what you are developing, like let's say add room, okay, and public add reservation, and public cancel reservation. So these are the methods you are just defining in interface. Then later create a class which implements the interface. That is the best option. If any class implements the interface, in that class you have to implement body for those three methods. So it's a kind of design. I can say this is a kind of design. This is actually kind of implementation. It is always recommended to start with interface, not with the classes. Okay. So you can have another class, different class, maybe some other hotels, maybe using implement keyword, also implement the same interface. One interface can implemented by more than one class. So that is another benefit you are getting through interfaces. So I can say you are hiding the implementation that is called kind of abstraction. Abstraction is kind of hiding the internal implementation. How can we hide the internal implementation? We can hide the internal implementation one way by using interfaces. We can also do that by using abstract classes too. We can use abstract class as well. By using abstract class, we can achieve abstraction. Hiding the implementation of the given service is called abstraction. We can do by using interfaces or by using abstract classes. So basically, what is abstract class? Coming to abstract class, so don't worry, everything there in PPT. You don't have to worry about the stuff. Everything there in PPT. Don't worry about the material, the material packet, something. Everything is there in the PPT. All you have to do is go through the PPT and get it, clear the examples, whatever I'm giving. Make sure you understand the examples very clearly, and make sure you are working on assignments. Yeah, we learn about abstract class. This is what abstract class. So either we use abstract class or by use interface to achieve abstraction. Coming to abstract class, I could say abstract class is actually incomplete class. So I could say when you go for abstract class, the class could be incomplete class, implemented partially. Class may be a test class, and this class, any class, whatever you create so far, that class is fully implemented, right? You know that the class is fully implemented. We are implementing that class with all required variables and methods and even constructors. We know that. That is fully implemented. But the class can also be partially implemented. The class can have abstract methods. So you have to use abstract keyword, and the method is called one. So you have to use abstract keyword, and this is empty method. And if any class having at least one abstract method, that class is called abstract class. Now this class is become abstract because that class is having one abstract method. If any class is abstract class, that is actually partially implemented class, and only child has to a child. Let's say child is a class called some example. Okay, sorry. Use extends keyword. If any class is extending abstract keyword, that class has to implement body for the method, whatever the parent and whatever abstract in the parent, we have to implement that in child. And I can say the abstract class contain both abstract methods as well as concrete methods. And this is, it's a class. It is abstract class. This is partially implemented. That class contains both abstract methods as well as concrete methods. When I say concrete method, that method is fully implemented. Okay, so coming to normal class, what about normal class? Normal class, whatever class you are using, if it is normal class, that class is basically fully implemented. Regular classes having group of concrete methods which are fully implemented. Abstract class is partially implemented. Interface is no implementation. I could say no implementation, zero code. So interface is no implementation. Abstract class is partially implemented. Regular class is fully implemented. It's you to decide whether you have to use regular class or abstract class or interface, whatever it is. It's you to decide all the three. But to achieve the abstraction, to hide the internal implementation, it is good either you use interface or abstract class. Coming to normal class, this is nowhere related to abstraction. These two related to abstraction. So it's up to you to decide it. So coming to interfaces, interface methods are by default abstract. You don't have to use abstract keyword. You don't have to use like this because they're accepting only abstract methods. You don't have to type abstract. By default, every method is by default abstract here. And coming to interface can also contain some variable. Whatever variable we define interface is by default public, static. You know that public, static, void, sorry, public, static, final, sorry. The variables in interface are by default public, static, final by default. You don't have to type all of them before this. You don't have to do it. They are by default public, static. And you don't have to type abstract. These are by default abstract. Coming to abstract class, you can have any type of variable. You can also have constructors too. You know that you can have constructors too. You can have any type of variable. You can have any type of method too. But you should have even abstract method to make it abstract class. Abstract class is very close to class. Interface is just opposite to class. Okay, so this is very important to understand what is the difference between abstract class versus interface. But I'm going to talk in detail. So people are still confusing. So when should I use abstract class? When should I use interface? You understand completely these two are to achieve abstraction. That we know that. But the thing is, when should I use abstraction and when should I use interface? Okay, so do you have to really hide the implementation with interface? Can I go with partial implementation using abstract class? So that is something you have to think and apply depending on situation. Let's take one example. I'm taking one example to talk about abstraction, especially abstract class versus interface. Okay, so let's say I'm defining an object called car. I'm planning to define car object. So I'm trying to develop some car service. I'm trying to implement something, but as to achieve the OOP techniques, I have to use abstraction, which is hiding the implementation of the car object. I have to use encapsulation to hide the data of the car object. I can use inheritance to get reusability. I can use polymorphism for extendability and maintainability of the application service. This is what we are doing, right? These are the 4 building blocks of OOP. You know that. So coming to the car, like coming to abstraction, you decide whether you can go with interface or with abstract class or both. Yes, technically you can use abstract class interface or you can use both. Okay, so let me define. Coming to car, sometimes I have to think to use abstract class or interface. So what are the properties of car? The properties are kind of, the car name, car model, car registration ID, it's a number of miles or whatever you travel, the gas capacity, whatever the properties of the car. And coming to actions, I could say the methods. Actions means the methods. I'm just taking few actions. Very simple actions might be, but I'm taking few actions like uh, fill tank is one action, and other one is the braking system details and steering system. These are three methods. So I wanted to know more details about steering, what kind of steering, a power steering or braking, what kind of brakes. You know that nowadays we have automated brakes. So what kind of braking system of the car object, some kind of methods. Okay. Now the thing is, you know that the properties, whatever you identified, can be instance properties, can be static properties, and you initialize them by using constructors. That we know that, right? Coming to actions, we have three actions, right? Now you decide the implementation of these three methods. Is it same for every car object in the world, or the implementation of these methods are different from type of car to type of car? That is something we have to think. Okay, I repeat, the implementation of these three methods is common for every type of car, or the implementation of these three is different type of car to type of car. So if at all, if the implementation of these three is completely different for type of car to type of car, you have to go with interface. You have to go with interface because the implementation is totally different from object to object. I mean type of car to type of car. Implementation is totally different, right? So you have to define as abstract methods, all three abstract, and let child, like let's say let child uh, use implement keyword, implements car, and this ID has to define body for these three. Okay, if at all, if the body of if implementation is totally different from object to object, if all three are different from type of car to type of car, you have to do with interface. If at all, if you found the implementation of few methods is common for all type of car, and the implementation of few methods is different from type of car to type of car. Okay, I repeat, if implementation of few methods is common for every type of car, and implementation of few is different from type to type. So in that case, what I have to do, let me make a class called car. I found a fill tank. Filling tank is common for every type of car. Filling tank is common for every type of car in the world. So what I thought, okay, since the implementation is common for every car type, I can implement here. But coming to braking and steering, the implementation is different from type to type. So I can't implement these two, and these two become abstract methods. This abstract method, and even it is also abstract, and this is concrete method. This is concrete because this is same implementation for every type of car. So this is actual abstract class. Now it's partially implemented. The one which is implemented is common for every type of car. The one which is not implemented is different from car to car. Now you make a car class, let's say the same, use extend keyword, it's a car class. So RD has to implement only two methods, the other one no need to implement because that is implemented already in the parent and we don't have to do it again. So this is completely, you have to think to use to make abstract class or to make interface. It's up to, so class can use implements keyword to implement interface. Class can use extend keyword to extend abstract class. If any class extending abstract class, that class has to implement abstract methods of the parent class. If any class is implementing interface, in that class we have to implement all interface of the parent. Okay, So I'll show you the same example in my Eclipse, the one which I'm talking, the car example. I'll show you. Maybe I can use interface abstract class together. Okay, let me comment few things. Okay, so now, as they said, see, you can go with, I think for the given example, for the car, I think the fill tank is common for every type of car. So I have to implement this here, but other two I can't implement, and so I make it abstract class. So it is abstract class, car. So the properties of the car object, the constructor to construct the car object, to initialize the car object, and you have fill tank which is implemented fully because this is a concrete method. The other two, like filling, braking and steering, can't implement because they're depending on type of car. So I made them as abstract method, and the class belongs to abstract class. Now the child class, any type of car, this is one type of company where they make cars. If they extend this car, they have to implement steering and braking. If Xylo is extending the car, so like that, the type of cars are implementing the abstract, extending the abstract class has to implement the abstract methods. The tester class, finally, in the tester class, which is having main method. So can I create object of car? It's abstract class, right? So I cannot create object of my car because it is abstract class. So I cannot create object of the class because it is partially implemented. The first thing, it is partially implemented. So you can't make object of this class because this is partially implemented. But still I can make object of this class with help of child class. Okay, so I'm creating object of car here. I am creating object of car with help of Santro. I can invoke these three. I will get Santro, functions. I can make object of car again with help of child called Xylo. I can invoke all Xylo stuff. Okay, so technically you can also make with interface. I can make interface car one, but I don't think you don't have to use interface here, but you can just define. But interface method are by default abstract. You don't have to type abstract. Even if you type, that is fine. Even if you don't type, that is also fine. Okay, so interface contain only empty method. Interface can also contain variables, but they are by default public static final. You can try to modify them. Let me try to modify the interface variable. I'm just changing to 78, which is not possible. It was 23 in the parent, which is 23 in interface. Okay, let's do something different. Okay, I know you may have some questions here. Okay, so I'll make a class just for test class car something. Okay, just I'm checking all of them. Implements keyword because I'm trying to implement interface. Implements car 17. So if any class is implementing interface, they have to provide body for all three. So that's why I'm getting error here. So you have to implement, add unimplemented methods. I am implementing fill tank, braking, and steering. So in steering, let me change the value to 56. The implemented class cannot modify the value of parent because which is static final, so you can read the message. The final variable cannot be assigned because I didn't say final, but it's by default final. I can set by default public static final, even it is static too. So I cannot modify that. So it's you to decide to start interface or to start interface. But 99 situation, we always use interface than classes. 99% of situations we use only interface, not with class. And check the API, the Java, API documentation, whatever documentation. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, I'm just opening one API documentation. You open any package you like, any package you like. You could see a lot of, a lot of interfaces, and they are just deciding what to implement later. Whatever interface you can see, they'll show you what to implement by the classes. So I'll show you something which is, 1 second, comparable. It's interface. So I'll talk about this maybe next session. I'm not talking too much about what is comparable, what's happening inside comparable. I'm not going to talk, but it's an interface, and you can read all known implementing classes. So these are the classes are actually implementing interface. So why so many people are implementing this? Because this is interface providing some methods for sorting data. If you want to sort the data, you have to use this, because he came up with some plan. Okay, he come up with some plan. It's easy for you to follow a plan somebody did fine, so you don't have to plan it again. So you can see even string is also part of here. I am just looking for string. See, string is also a implemented class. String is also implementing this interface. So we can sort string too. So string is a class. You can see it is a class, all implemented interface. He is implementing how many interfaces? Comparable to. So string is implementing the interface already he is implementing. So why he is implementing that interface? Because string is providing so many methods for us. So where we can sort the string, and string internally using this interface methods, and string is implementing these interface methods, so that you can just create string object, and you can just invoke built-in methods of string to sort string objects. It's all internally connected. So every package you open, they have a lot of interfaces just to have some plan. What methods, what is the purpose, and a lot of classes you could see. And these classes, not just string, integer is also, you can see integer also implementing comparable. A lot of people are implementing a lot of interfaces just to provide some encapsulation, hiding the implementation, make a plan and implement later and hide it, and it's all interconnected each other. It's very common in programming. Okay, so that is the benefit of interfaces. So I can create, and there is one more I have to talk is about okay, you know that the class P, class Q, class R, you know that class R cannot extend more than one Q. You know that you can't make one class from more than two classes. You cannot do that. That is not possible, right? But which is possible for interfaces. So you can say interface A, interface P, and you can say interface Q, and the interface R can extend more than one interface. A class cannot extend from more than one classes, but interface can do that. Not just interface, even the class like using implements keyword, you know that it can implement from more than one interface. See, a class can implement more than one interface. Interface can also extend more than, but a class cannot. You know that a class cannot extend more than one class, but interface can extend. Interface can extend more than one interface. But even the class, a class can implements more than one interface. So hope this can help you to overcome the multiple inheritance. So because we can't do from more than one in class, but which we can do among interfaces and from class to interface, but maybe not from class to class, but this can help you to overcome the multiple inheritance. Okay, this is what I wanted to talk from day 2. But yeah, so let me take a questions. If anyone have any questions in abstraction, I'll take those questions and then we can take a break. I know you need to take a break, but I saw because you are waiting for from 9:30 onwards. I'll give a break for everyone. Let me see if anyone have any questions. Okay, so the questions, maybe I don't see many questions, but here, sorry, I have a question. Like, I had a trouble opening the RAR file. How to open it? Okay, so the RAR file you have to, if you are using Windows, you have to use WinRAR. If you are using Mac, you have to use one RAR. One zip can be one zip. Check in online how to open RAR files in Mac. I'm sure, yeah, WinZip for Mac too. Yeah, Tom replied just now. You have to use WinZip for Mac if you are using Mac. Okay. So there is one more question, like from Nihal Patel. Did we learn interface for multiple inheritance? Yes. It's not just for multiple inheritance. It's for many reasons. Like I said, this is to achieve abstraction. This is to design the code and implement by classes later, just to maintain some relationship among the implementation by class through interface. So we are learning interfaces for all these purpose. Okay. So there is one more question from Richard. For abstraction, is it to show user importance data and hide the important data that is relevant to user? No. Abstraction is nowhere related to data. I can say, I'm reading his question again. For abstraction, is it to show the user important data and hide the unimportant data that is irrelevant to user? No, actually, honestly, it's not about the data. Abstraction is not about the data. Abstraction is to hide the implementation. I can say hiding the implementing, the coding, whatever you do. You are always hiding the implementation using abstraction. You are hiding the data by using encapsulation. Yeah, in encapsulation, maybe you can hide only important data, but abstraction is not hiding the data. Abstraction is hiding the implementation. Hope it is clear now. Next question. Methods interface classes are also abstract methods. Okay, so methods interface are by default abstract. Methods in interface are by default abstract, and methods in class you can make as abstract but not default. So you have to make them as abstract by using abstraction. Okay, so no abstract keyword for interface. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to use abstract keyword in interface because interface is accepting only empty methods, which is abstract. He's accepting only abstract methods. There is no point of writing it again. You can write it, but not required. Okay, so there is one more question. Are we having the diamond problem extending multiple interfaces? Yes, you are right. The diamond problem, whatever you are talking, we can able to solve the diamond problem by using multiple interfaces. You're totally fine. Really good. Yeah. The next question, could you define abstraction again? So abstraction is hiding the internal implementation. Abstract is hiding the internal implementation. Whatever service you are implementing, somebody is going to use your service, right? Somebody is going to consume your service. Whoever is consuming your service, you don't have to show whole implementation. You have to secure it. You have to hide it. So that because the one who is consuming don't have to know how did you implement, right? He don't have to worry about how it was implemented. He just need to know how to use it. For that, we are using abstraction, and we are hiding the internal implementation by using abstraction. Okay, there is one more question from Marcus. The difference between interface and abstraction is that you allowed to implement more than interface than abstract method, right? Yeah, that is one advantage. That is one difference, Marcus. One difference is like one, yeah, that is one. The other one is also there, as you see. I hope I explained, whenever you find methods, the implementation of all methods is different from type to type. You have to use interface. And the implementation, few implementations are same for all type of cars. Few are different from car to car. You have to go with abstract class. It's all depend. But 99% we don't use abstract class. We mostly use interfaces because abstract class is kind of little word people don't use nowadays. So there is one more question. Why do we need to hide it? Okay. Let's say I'm just giving a general example, Asmin, a regular example. It's a very generic example, real world example. So I'm using a phone right now. I'm just having a phone. I'm using one phone. This phone is also object, right? It's an object. And this phone implemented by some technician, some hardware developer, I don't know, like some maybe a chip developer, a kind of hardware person. And he did everything whatever required for this object, and he encapsulated. When I say encapsulating means which is not visible, the data, like the phone is completely make into one small piece, a person can hold in his hand, and covered with some covered with some glasses, something where I cannot see what is inside the phone. I cannot see what is inside the phone, and I don't have to know how it was implemented. Do I have to worry how it was implemented? I don't have to worry. I don't have to know about that too. But still, I can use this phone. So all I have to know how to use the phone. I don't have to know how it was implemented. And even if I wanted to know, it goes bad, right? If I open my phone and I wanted to learn how the chips are working, I'm sure I might damage my phone. The phone maybe doesn't work in future if I do it from my side. So I'm a consumer, right? I'm a consumer. I am a consumer. The consumer need not know how it was implemented. The real world example. The one who is developing the service, and he has to hide it. For someone who is consuming, if he's getting complete access of this internal device phone, that may crack the whole system, right? So we are hiding it. That's it. Okay. So I mean, how the phones, not just phones, a lot of devices in the world has been abstracted as well as encapsulated for security. Okay. So there is one more question. What is the difference between extend and implement keyword interface abstract? Yeah, that's what. Extend keyword I have to use between the classes and abstract classes. Implements keyword I have to use between interfaces and I mean class to interfaces. Okay, so you just try to open one interface and make child interface, make a class implementing interface. So I can use extend keyword between classes and between interfaces, as I said, but I can use implement keyword only from class to implement interface. Okay, and there's one more question from Omnia. Do you mean not visible to other developers? I mean, yeah, the consumer, the client, yeah, you're right. See, the consumer is consuming your service, for example. I mean, See, it's all development team. It's all development team. Like if any consumer is consuming your service in the same project, like because you are not developing whole service, you know that you are not making whole project by yourself. You are working as a team. In a team, everyone is working on their own service implementation, but at the end, they are using all services together, right? Somebody is maybe using your service, somebody maybe you have to use their service or whatever. Yes, in that case, the consumers, clients, developers, I mean the creator, I mean whatever it is required. So they all have to hide the internal implementation by using abstraction or by using interfaces. Okay, so hope it is okay with that. So we are taking a break. I don't see any more questions here. We are taking a break for 10 minutes. I can say I'm just so everything done in PPT. You can open my PPT and see. I explained very clearly in my PPT what is abstract class interface. I explained similarities, differences when we use interfaces. I explained what are the methods of. We discuss object class is by default. Object class is by default child parent class of every class in Java. Every class which we create, which we use from API, is by default child of object. So these are the lot of built-in. I'll discuss about them. ToString is one which is very common. We have to override ToString to make string representation of given object. Let's say this is actually, let's say this is a car one, right? We are looking about car interface, right? The car, maybe in this class, in the child Santro class, can have ToString method to represent the string about the car, whatever it is. You can return the car properties, maybe registration number, maybe can be string. That is a string representation of given car. It doesn't have super dot, maybe. It doesn't have it. REGNO. Oh, it's a private. Or if it is private, you have to provide getter. You know that getter, right? Yeah, getter is. So I can call this. I can call get registration number. So I'll get the registration number too. Now I got it. It's a string representation of given car object. So you can return override ToString. We'll discuss about that. Like equals method, we are going to learn equals method next class to identify duplicate objects when you are sorting the data. Actually, when you're sorting the data to identify duplicate objects and comparing objects, we have to override equals method from the parent, which we will discuss next class. Okay, that's all about OOP, like including encapsulation. I'll take a break right now. I will take another session after a break about object orient, about the exceptions. Sorry, about exceptions. After exception, we'll take a lunch break, and then Theon will take over, and he will be doing MySQL after lunch. So now we are taking break for 5 minutes, maybe. Yeah, maybe 7 minutes. So we are taking a break for till 11:30. We'll start again at 11:30 EST. Okay, thank you very much. Hello, I am back. Hope you can hear me now. Can you hear me? Yeah, you have to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you all can able to hear me. Okay. So now let's talk about uh, day 3, which is basically about exceptions. So coming to exceptions are very simple, but there are a couple of things you need to get more clarity. Except that exceptions are very simple topic. Okay. So let's talk about exception management. Uh, can anyone tell me what is an exception? If you know, any one of you can just respond me exactly. Maybe what is exception? Maybe you can just text me. I know you cannot talk, but at least can you type? Good. That's good. That's really good. That's good. Yeah, most of you guys responded very well. You're right. Exception is okay. Basically, exception is a runtime error. You are right. It's a runtime error. It's not just syntax. When I say error, there are two things you need to check. One is compile time errors or runtime errors. So coming to compile time errors, mostly due to lack of syntax. Due to lack of syntax, you will get compile time errors. And it's very easy to fix the syntax errors. So all I have to go back to my source code. I have to modify the source code. That's it. So it will work. All I have to do is just modify the syntax. So to Eclipse is the one which can help you. Let's say I remove the braces here and I got some red color that is actually syntax error. I can easily fix syntax errors just by make some changes in my code. Coming to runtime errors, as you said, these errors only at runtime when you run the code. When you run the Java code, while it is executing the Java code, you're executing Java code, it was executing fine, but suddenly something went wrong. Application terminated abnormally. It's abnormally terminated. And why it was terminating abnormally? Because of exception. Exception is there. When I say exception, it's a runtime error. So while running the code, we got some runtime error, which is called exception. So because of exception, application terminated abnormally. So what are the reasons behind the exception? There are many reasons for exception. Exception not because of syntax. It's not because of syntax. It's because of semantic. Semantic means the meaning. It's because of the meaning of the code. It's because of data you given from the keyboard. It's because of resources, what we are using. It's because of memory. It's because of other stuff, which is not syntax. Everything seems good. Everything seems good, but at runtime, due to some other issue, it was terminating abnormally. So these are called exceptions. Java had a lot of Java identified so many exceptions the developer can take care. Java is providing bunch of exceptions where you have to take care to avoid abnormal termination. So because I don't want to terminate application abnormally. So to avoid abnormal termination, Java had a lot of built-in exceptions. We have to read the API for more exceptions. So right now, let me write a simple example to show you exactly what's happening in exception management. So I'll open my exception. I'm just trying to I removed a, I do it again. It's just a class and main method. Okay, I'm just trying to take an array. I initialize one-dimensional array with some values. This is the array, one-dimensional integer array. Okay, so and also assume in real-time programming what happened whenever you fill the form, read the data from the HTML form. I'm just giving example. Okay, I'm not doing that reading form data. We will be doing that in future, but I'm not doing. I'm just writing. Okay, something like that. I'm just opening that database connection. I read the form data. I'm opening database connection maybe, and then process the form data. Okay, and yeah, I'm just doing myself. I'm just using scanner class. So I'm reading some data from the keyboard. You know that how to do that, and I'm reading two values from the keyboard. So I'm just taking X and Y because A already used. So maybe I'll ask the user enter two values from keyboard. I'm just doing okay, just doing some basic calculation. He entered, so I'm just calculating the value of C equal to X by Y, and also trying to display the value of C, and also trying to access the value of array with index. So the index, I'll ask the user maybe enter the index below. So what is the below? Below the length of the array. So I can calculate length of the array below this value. So I'm asking him to enter only below length of the array. He cannot enter more than that, right? So I'm storing into integer again. So I can store that value as index variable of type int, and I'm trying to access that value from the array A of index. So it's all simple Java code. There's nothing here. So all I'm doing is I'm just reading a couple of values. I'm doing division, and after all of them, as I open the database connection, I have to save the data. I'm just doing okay, and I'm closing the connection. Close the connection. So usually I'm open scanner right now, but no database. Technically, I'm closing my scanner. So just assume it's a simulated example. It's not the actual example. I'm reading the form data, get the database connection because I have to store that form data in database table. Okay, so I open the connection, I process the data. Assume this is actually processing the form data. Once I process, I store. Assume I'm storing database. I close the connection. This is what I'm doing here. This is pretty simple Java code, but in this flow, I'm sure there is no guarantee execution runtime. I'm sure you have to face at least 3 exceptions here. You will get 3 exceptions. Those 3 exceptions because of input data, because of something else. But I'm sure. But looks like I don't see any errors. I do not see even any exception, even any warnings. Looks like everything is simple. Everything is very clear. Okay, but no guarantees. Like when I run this code, you know that it might be asking 2 values. I entered 12 and 2. It is divided. It working, and it's asking me enter below 9. I entered 5. it's working fine. So everything seems good, right? But when you run again next time, it is asking enter two values from keyboard. I entered number one as a text. It was asking values, but I entered text. Since I given text instead of number, I got some issue here. I got something. So it is actually called exception called input mismatch exception. And that exception, so that's fine. So errors are very common in development. You know that. Exceptions too. But if you have exception, the problem is the exception at line number 2, which is here. We have exception at line number 12, which is here. So what's happening because of this exception? Since you have exception at line number 12, application terminated abnormally right over there. At line number 12, application has been terminated. It's not executing subsequent statements. That is fine, but it's not even executing the close the connection, which is very important for, because I already opened here. You said you opened the connection, but you didn't close it. Did you close it? I didn't close it because of exception. I can't do anything. I just have to exit the application, which is not good. The exceptions are very common. Errors are pretty common in development. We understand that. But terminating abnormally is not good. We don't have to, we don't want this kind of programming. So we have to do something else for not in abnormal termination. Okay, let's do it. So what I have to do now? So I just have to terminate. I don't want this kind of thing. Okay, so can we try other one? Yeah, let me show you another. It's not just one exception. I can say one exception is called input mismatch at line number 12 or maybe 13. There would be another exception. I'll show you that 12, 0, I given value of y as 0. When they're dividing 12 by 0, they got exception called arithmetic exception because they can't divide with 0. I'll show one more exception. So 12, 2. And it is asking me to enter below 9, but I have given more than 9, which is 12. I got one more exception called input mismatch exception. So this is another exception. So array index after about exception. So it looks like very simple piece of Java code. It's very simple piece of Java code, but I'm telling you, you might get 3 exceptions. There is no guarantee for all the time. You might have to face 3 exceptions. Application might be terminated abnormally, maybe in 3 different ways, which is not good, which is really not good. We have to do something. I know we can't divide 12 by 0. I really know we can't calculate this. No one knows, even mathematician doesn't know that. And even you cannot access the value of 12 by 0, all those things. 12 by 0, okay, 12th index. So I'm sure there is no 12th index in the given array. No one can return a value back to you because there is no 12th location. I know that. But this is not the right way of showing the message to customers. Because of this, I'm unable to execute some important statements. At least I have to close the connection because I opened somehow here but didn't close properly. So what I have to do now? Okay, I know I cannot do this. It's because of invalid data. But let me execute at least some important statements before I terminate or at least I can skip this. Let me skip this because I know I cannot do this. I can skip. So we need some kind of solution from this. So that is possible only with exception management. You can manage exception by using few keywords like catch and try block. So coming to try block, in try block, what I have to do, you have to provide the risky code. So whatever code you feel risky, that should be in a try block. So what do you mean risky here? Do you think this is risky code? I don't think till here it's not risky. So you're just printing some messages and you are just initializing the value. There is no exceptions from these lines of code, but I'm sure there might be exception here and here and here, again here and here, because this is array index of the bounds, this is input mismatch, this is arithmetic input mismatch. There may be input mismatch, but I'm sure the other statements may be not risky code, and I'm sure this is not risky code. This might be risky code, I'll tell you later, but this is not risky code. So you have to keep the risky code try blocks. I think I can keep till here. It's all risky code. So try block should have only risky code, and the catchy block with exception object will be handle the exception. So we will go to catchy block only if we have exception here, and the catchy block will simply handle it. So now I'll provide a catch, and with exception object, which is object can be E, and I could say now we got something went wrong. Maybe I can say please try again. Okay, so now if you have any exception here, it immediately go to catch block, execute catch block. After catch block, it also execute remaining part of the project. It is now doesn't do abnormal termination. So I will run now, and it is asking me to enter the value. I given some text. Yes, even I given text. The first thing I notice is no red color stuff. Maybe I have exception even here, but because of the exception, I don't have to stop executing my project. Because of this, it went to, maybe here it went to catch block. We convey the message to customer, something went wrong, and we still execute the remaining part of the project. That is the benefit of exception management by using try catch block. But I know we know there is a possibility of 3 exceptions here. All 3 I handle with 1 catch block. But in real time, you can have 3 catch blocks for 3 types of exceptions. You can have 1 catch block for all type of exceptions too. I'll discuss that. So this is the base idea behind the exception management. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. Now I'll take your questions maybe after I discuss a little bit more about them. So I'm not reading your questions right now, but let me explain a little bit more about exception. So now, exceptions. All exception classes, whether you see arithmetic exception here, array index after bounds exception, or whatever it is, all are classes, built-in classes from Java API. So here, okay, I'll run again. I'm giving 12 and 0. Now it's arithmetic, again executing same catch block. If you run again, I given 12 to index, I given 69, another exception. So for all exceptions, I'm executing only 1 catch block, which is maybe not that effective. So I'm using input mismatch exception. This block is only for line number 14 and 15. You can have another catch block. Now this is arithmetic exception. This is for arithmetic exception. Like I can say, I need not say something went wrong. I can say you entered a wrong data. Please enter proper values. I can convey accurate message to my customer since I know exactly what exception I'm getting. I can say you are dividing with 0, which is not possible. We can tell them which is not possible. Please try again. something. There is one more catch block maybe I can provide, which is array index after bounds, right? Array index out of bounds. Just object name can be any name. So I can say you are trying to access out of array index, which is not possible. Please try again. We can tell him you can try again. Okay, so what happened here? Spelling mistake? Yeah, I'm sorry. Bounds exception. Okay. Now you could see if you entered some wrong data, it says you entered wrong data. If I entered 0, it says dividing 0, which is not possible. Now even if you entered correct values and you are giving out of index, it is saying out of. So it is good to have more than one catch block to provide a very specific error message to customer. The exceptions may or may not be there. Now let me run again. I'm giving correct values, so no exception, and you are not executing any catch block. You are not executing even single catch block right now because of no exception. We execute catch block only if we have exception. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So catch block is for safe. If something went wrong here, to avoid abnormal termination, because these statements also have to execute, because I'm not fixing, am I fixing exception? Are we fixing that 12 by 0? No, no one do that. Even mathematician doesn't know that. Are you fixing something which is not possible? We can't do it. We just bypass it. So what we are doing, if something went wrong here, some exception is there, we simply bypass it. And before you bypass, you convey the message to customer. We bypass and we go for rest of the project. That is what we are doing for exception management. Okay, so coming to exception classes, if you open any package in Java, any package you like, you can see the package, a group of interfaces and group of classes, lot of classes, and group of enums. It's not just about interface and class, enums, which we will discuss maybe next class, and exceptions, because exceptions are also classes, and errors, runtime errors, not syntax errors, and annotations. Annotations is something we will be learning after evaluation, but a package is group of all these things. When I say package, it's not just about classes. It has group of interfaces, classes, exceptions, enums, annotations, errors. This is actually one package, all built in. If you open language package and see the exceptions, these are list of exceptions. All are classes, all are classes. I'm sure this is the one we just handled, right? And also we handled one more exception. Hold on. There is one exception. We were, which one we are handling? I forgot. Input mismatch, right? I'm sure input mismatch is related to util package, but right now I can show you array index after bounds exception too. But input mismatch belongs to util package, so you have to open, because every package having their own exception depending on the methods of the package. So if you open util package, so I'm sure in util package we have a lot of exceptions. These are in this input mismatch should be here, right? We were working on input mismatch. It should be somewhere here. There you go. This is exception. So you need to read it. But you know, people doesn't know, and you may ask, how do I know that I have to handle input mismatch exception? Right, that's a good question. So what you have to do is you need to go to the scanner class, because I was creating scanner class object, right? So the type of exception is always depending on type of code you wrote. Depending on type of code you are writing here, you need to handle the exceptions. So right now I'm creating scanner class object, right? So you need to check the scanner class, which is here. In scanner, I was invoking a method, right? NextInt, right? I was invoking nextInt. I need to open that method, nextInt method. Here, there. When I invoke nextInt method, they will tell you clearly. See, now he is saying, see, API is one of the great resource for developer to develop all these kind of things. So whenever you're invoking nextInt, which I'm doing here, it is really important to understand more about nextInt from the API. He is saying very clearly, input mismatch exception if the next token doesn't match the integer because you are expecting integer. It's not just about this. There are two more exceptions you may get. Not just this. We didn't handle them, right? We did just handle only one, but we didn't worry about other two. But there may be a possibility the application might fail because of these two. Okay. So the sorry. So I can say what I'm trying to say. Exceptions are not. You need not by heart the exceptions. All you have to do is whatever service logic you are writing, whatever you wrote, maybe util package, whatever package, whatever it is. So if the IO, you need to go and see the class and methods you are invoking. Depending on the method you are invoking, you need to find out the exception. So if you are invoking this method, he is saying IO exception. And if you do not know what is IO exception, you have to open it. It's a class. I told you exceptions are classes. You need to open it and you have to read. They are saying what is the purpose of that, why we are getting that, and you need to go back to your code and modify, try catch. So you can't fix any exceptions. You cannot fix exceptions. No one can fix exception. All we have to do is just bypass them. We just bypass them. You just go to next level of the code, next of the code, and just bypass. And before you bypass, you convey a message to that we are not doing that because we can't do that, and we just skip it. Okay, that's what we are doing in try catch block. And whatever exception we are getting, of course it is a class. I told you it's a built-in class. There are two types of exceptions. All are two types. The first one is checked exceptions. The other one is unchecked exception. Whatever exception you are handling by using try catch block, it could be checked exception or it could be unchecked exception. So what is checked exception? The exception which is checked by compiler. I told you compiler is just for syntax analysis. You remember, right? What is the purpose of compilers? Just for syntax analysis. But what JVM does? JVM is identifying the exception and will take care of the exceptions. But now the compiler also can recognize some exception. Those exceptions are called checked exception. The compiler is identified, and compiler also forcing you. Yes, compiler will force you to handle the exception. You have to handle it. You have to handle it. So I'll show you some simple piece of code where compiler will force you. I just wrote simple Java code. Okay, this is simple piece of Java code. I just wrote I was printing something, and I was invoking some Java built-in method called sleep method of thread class. So this is static method. So since sleep is static, I was invoking that using the class name. So you can just go back to language package if you want, if you are not very sure, and go to thread class and go to sleep method. There's so many methods of thread class. sleep. It's a static, since it's static method, I'm just using sleep thread dot sleep. I'm giving some time so that the main thread will sleep for 5000 milliseconds. This is what I'm planning. And after sleeping, I was printing some messages. So when I was using that, I could see some compile time error. Could you see the compile error because of Eclipse? There is a compile time error which is here. And what is that error? It is, you can read it, unhandled exception type interrupted exception, which is saying that, which means there is exception called interrupted exception which is not handled. Oh, so finally I'm saying it is checked exception. Why it is checked exception? Because compiler identified that, and second, compiler forcing you. You can't run. We didn't run so far. We didn't run so far. The previous example, what it was, we are running and we got a lot of issues when we are running. But here, I didn't run any piece of code. I'm just writing the code. I just found one compile time syntax kind of. It's not syntax. It's not syntax issue. You could see there is no syntax issue here. It's something related to exception, checked exception. I repeat, compiler will force you just to smooth execution at runtime. All these things is to avoid runtime execution. So they identified well before. So how to handle checked exception? It's the same way. Even if it is checked exception, you can use try catch block. Even if it is checked exception, you have to use try catch block. But this is something compiler will identify and force you. So I can run and see it shows hello, how are you message as per the code, and sleep for some time, and after some time you got the print message. But since it's checked exception, we have two options. Either you can use try catch block or simply you can use throws keyword. Whatever method you are, you can use throws keyword to throw out of your method. So when you say throws, you need not handle it. JVM will handle it by default. So I can say if it is checked exception, either you can use throws to throw out of your method, or you can handle it by using try catch block. And this option is only for checked exception. Coming to unchecked exception, these are unchecked exceptions. The exceptions identified only by JVM at runtime. So you cannot see them well before, like checked exception. But unchecked exception is also important to handle. If it is unchecked exception, you have to handle only with the catch block and try block. You cannot use throws keyword. But throws keyword is only for checked exception. But still people are confusing how to recognize whether exception is checked exception or unchecked exception. There is one more way to recognize the exception type. I'll show you that. By using exception hierarchy. I'm showing exception hierarchy. All exceptions in Java, the built-in exception or even custom exception, whatever, all exceptions in Java are in standard hierarchy, in standard pattern. You could see every exception is by default child of exception class and even throwable class. So they are by default throwable class. It's a parent of all exception classes. Throwable having two child, error and exception. From the exception, you can see so many child classes, but you can see one special runtime exception. From there, you can see so many childs. So what I can say, I can recognize checked exceptions or unchecked exceptions just by observing their parents. If any exception parent, if any exception, of course, it's a class, right? If anyone is child of exception directly, I can say if anyone is child of exception directly, it is checked exception. I can say checked exception because he is direct child of exception. If any exception is child of runtime exception, I repeat, if anyone is child of runtime exception, unchecked exception, and even child of error, also called unchecked exceptions. So you can just identify the exception type by checking their parents. If anyone is direct child of exception, or called checked exception. If anyone is child of runtime exception or unchecked exception. Okay, I'll go back and just prove it. Okay, so I'll open my API because API is also same. I was trying to use sleep method. When I was reading the API, I found they are saying two exceptions. I could see one exception here and one more here. Right? I could see two exceptions when I was using sleep. I wanted to open one by one. I wanted to see what kind of exception they are. Let me open interrupted exception. It's a class, it's a class basically, and you can see hierarchy right here. Who is the parent of interrupted exception? You can see who is the parent? Exception. I can confirm this is checked exception because if anyone is child of exception, they are checked exceptions, right? Okay, so you know how to handle checked exception. Let me go back to sleep and open then another one, the other one, illegal argument exception. And what kind of exception it is? It is now child of runtime exception. So it is unchecked exception. That is the reason Eclipse doesn't force me this. Eclipse didn't force me to handle illegal argument exception, but he did force me to handle interrupted exception because interrupted is checked exception. Illegal argument is not checked, it's unchecked exception. It is you, the programmer, has to recognize what exceptions to be handled. And one is forcing you because of smooth exit. The other one might be not forcing, but I'll show you the other one. I give a negative time, which is minus 5,000. So you're asking me to sleep for 5,000 millisecond negative side, which he cannot do that. So what is the output now? I don't see any error here. So I'm sure as per the API, if your value is negative or out of this range, you will get this. It's unchecked exception. So you will get it only when you run the code, not at compilers. Now you will get it. That's what API was saying. It is recommended highly to handle this exception using try. Only option is try catch block. You can say, what is the exception name? I can copy from the API. I can say, I can keep it here. I can say, you given negative time, something like that. You have given invalid time to sleep, which is not possible, something like that. I'm sorry, I'm typing too fast, but I don't want to waste my time. This works. So hope you understand what is checked exception, what is unchecked exception. So whatever exception you are, so you have exceptions. You have to, you cannot just, you can't just write everything in try block. And you need to, yes, the risky code should be in try block. As I said, whatever functions you are invoking from API, you read the API and see what exceptions to handle and see is it checked exception or unchecked exception, whatever. You know that I hope we learned just now from the exception hierarchy. If anyone is child of exception, which is called checked, this is checked exception. If anyone is child of runtime exception, it's an unchecked exception. So depending on that, if it is checked exception, you can use throws keyword like I'm using. If it is unchecked exception, you can't use throws keyword. So you have to use try catch block. So I was using throws for checked exception. I was using try catch for unchecked exception. So this is about exception hierarchy, checked exceptions, and unchecked exceptions. So it's there in the PPT. Please download the Day3 from FTP for more details. So we just learn about throws keyword. Throws keyword, by using throws keyword, I'm using throws keyword in the method signature. While defining method, I can use throws keyword just to throw the checked exceptions, only for checked exception. Let me talk about keyword. So coming to throw keyword, okay. So you need to learn one more to understand that throw keyword. I'm sorry, I have to, by mistake, I opened my Outlook. I'm just closing. Okay. Coming to exception. Basically, basically what's happening in the try block. In the try block, what's happening? Whenever you are executing the risky code of try block, if JVM found one exception, for example, JVM found exception at 16, line 16. Let's say JVM found arithmetic exception at line number 16. What he does, he is finding the exception type, I mean the exception class, and he found this is arithmetic exception, and he is creating the exception object, that is, he is creating object of arithmetic exception, and he will simply throw the JVM simply throw the exception object from try block. It doesn't execute the rest of the try block, right? I repeat, when JVM found an exception at try block, he simply find the exception type, whatever it is, and he's creating object of that exception type. He'll simply throw that object from try block. He doesn't execute remain try block. So he's throwing object of arithmetic exception, which we have to catch with the same object. So catch is also catching whatever he throws, we catch the same here, and catch block is being executed. This is what happening, right? So JVM is usually identify, create object, and throw object. But now I don't want JVM to do that. I want to do it myself. I repeat, I wanted to create exception object myself. I wanted to throw myself. You can use throw keyword to throw exception object. I am creating exception object and I want to throw myself, not JVM. I don't want JVM, I want to do it myself. You can do that for your own purpose. I'll show you why we have to do it, why not JVM. I should show you throw keyword for some time. Okay, I'm doing here. Okay, I know I have to use throw keyword, as I said, and I'm throwing the exception object. See, the exception can be any exception. So I'm trying to throw array index out of bounds exception. Okay, hold on. So do you have any array? Are you trying to access the elements of the array? Are you trying to access out of the array size? No. No arrays, no array programming. But still I want to throw array index out of bounds exception myself. You can still do that by using throw keyword. That's what I wanted to say. Throw is to throw any exception manually, not by JVM, not automatically. So whenever you want to throw exception manually, you are using throw keyword and create object of the exception class that you wanted to throw and throw it. Now you run the code, application is showing array index of the bounds exception. If you want safety, you can use try block to handle it. This is again, the handling is still same. You can use try block and catch. So what you are throwing, you are throwing arithmetic exception, right? So you have to handle you have to catch the same. Now JVM is not doing in this case. So you are doing that. So you are saying you have exception. Now question is, usually people ask why you are doing like this. Why you simply throw exception? What is the purpose of this, right? This is really a good question. Like, it's of no use, right? Why should I throw array index of the bounds? There is an array programming either. Yes, that's a good question. This is very popular when you go with custom exceptions. You know what is custom exception? Custom exception means user defined exception. I don't want to use all built-in exception all the time. That's not enough. Whatever exceptions Java is providing from Java API, these are not enough. These are very pretty simple basic exceptions. It's not enough when you work on client project. So you are making a lot of custom stuff, a lot of APIs, a lot of services where you don't find the exception from API. You have to make your own exception. I repeat, maybe you have to make an exception of type low balance exception. For example, bank stuff, low balance exception, or I can say invalid account type exception or invalid transaction exception. So these exceptions you don't find from the API, right? But still I have to handle, I have to, raise the exception, I have to handle. So you have to use raise throw keyword because JVM doesn't create how JVM was creating here, but when you come to your own exception, JVM doesn't create exceptions of these types because these are custom exceptions. In that case, you have to use your own throw keyword. You have to throw exception by yourself. When you throw, you can handle it by using catch. I can say throw is very common when you go with custom exception. And also in real time, mostly real time projects, they have a lot of custom exception, which is they handle, they throw and they handle, they throw and they handle. They don't just depend on the built-in API. Okay. Let me explain what is custom exception. We have some steps to follow when you work on custom exception. The first one is we have some rules to follow to make custom exception. The custom exception, the first rule is make a class. You have to make a class, and the class name should be the exception name, the custom exception name. I could say invalid transaction maybe. It's a class. So you have to make a new class with the custom exception name. That class should be part of exception hierarchy. So what is exception hierarchy? You remember every exception is by default child of exception or runtime exception. Let it be child of exception. As per hierarchy, you have the hierarchy. Go back and check. Every exception is by default child of exception or runtime exception. So you should be part of that. And in your custom exception class, you can have some constructors, you can have some methods if you want, but that's optional. Later, in your service logic, whatever service logic you develop, there you should find out situations where we raise invalid transaction type. So JVM does nothing do here. JVM doesn't know what is transaction. JVM doesn't know what is invalid transaction either. It doesn't know that. It is completely developer responsibility to find out where to raise exception by using throw keyword, and you have to throw the object of your custom exception. Wherever you want, you have to use throw keyword and to throw that exception type. It can be any exception, but not built-in user-defined exception. When you throw it, as you know that, you can use try catch block to handle the exception management, and you convey message to customer the transaction cannot be processed right now due to the following reasons. This is all about, it's just exception, but custom exception. Let me show you one custom exception. I have one custom exception. Okay, so I'm making very simple custom exception right now, which is the exception name is too young exception. It's called too young exception, which means I wanted to raise exception. I wanted to raise exception if anyone is less than 18 years. If anyone is less than 18 years and trying to vote, I wanted to raise exception. I know just to check the age, we don't have to raise exception. I know that, but I'm just showing how custom exception works. So I'm just creating a class, which is child class of exception, a class, child class of exception class. As you know that This is my custom exception name. We can have constructors, and this constructor will invoke automatically while creating object of that. You know that this is my service logic, the main service, the consumer logic. I'm asking the user enter the age. Whatever age you entered, I'm checking the age. If it is less than 18 years, if it is less than 18 years, this is not possible, right? If it is less than 18, then we have to raise exception, because I told you very clearly, custom exception is something you decide what is the purpose of the exception, you decide when to raise exception, and you decide what to convey the message. It is completely custom exception. Okay, it is completely custom exception. So I'm using throw keyword. I'm using throw because I want to raise this exception. I'm raising this exception. I found it is less than 18 years. Since it's less than 18 years, I have to raise the exception. So I'm creating object of my exception class. I'm creating object of my exception object class because I found it is the place where I have to raise exception. I'm using throw because I have to do it because JVM has nothing to do about the word. JVM doesn't know the age limit stuff, so I have to do it. But I'm creating object of exception class and throw it. Since you throw that, but you have to handle, right? Because you can't simply throw it and stay back. Because if you throw, it will be abnormally terminated. So we have to handle the try. Whatever you throw, we catch the same. Whatever you throw, you have to catch the same, and you display convey some messages in the catch block, and that's it. If age is not less than 18, we don't have to throw. We convey the message. That's it. So I hope it is clear. So what I'm trying to say, if it is built-in exception, you don't have to use throw keyword. You just leave it to JVM. If it is user-defined exception, you have to follow some steps. You have to use throw keyword to throw wherever it is required and catch it and handle it. And whatever exception you created, it could be checked exception again, or it could be unchecked exception. There is a possibility, right? So whatever exception you create, the custom exception, either it could be checked exception or unchecked exception. If you want to make the custom exception as checked exception, make it child of exception. I repeat, if you want to make the custom exception as checked exception, it should be child of exception, just like I did. If you want to make the custom exception as unchecked exception, make it child of runtime exception. So you decide whether you want to make, it's not you to decide all these things. It is something the project manager decide well before. While they're designing the application, they even decide what exceptions to be handled. Maybe in testing phase, they have some test cases. They have a lot of test cases to test whether you handle the exception properly or not. But whatever it is, what exception, whatever type of exception you have to create, they all well identified. You don't have to decide while you are making it. They decide well before, and they make documentation, and you receive a documentation. You just follow documentation. But I'm telling you, if it is checked exception, it should be child of exception. It's unchecked exception, child of runtime exception. Okay. So now I just made checked exception, right? I just made checked exception. Since it's checked exception, either you can use try catch block, or you can also simply use throws keyword. You know that, right? Okay. Let me use throws keyword too. Okay. So it will shows, because checked exception, right? It is forcing you to handle. So I can use throws keyword and I throw it. Hold on, sorry. Doing exception, right? Throws doing exception. That's it. No errors. Because check now it is checked exception. Now if you want to make unchecked exception, okay, all I have to do is I have to be child of runtime exception, not exception. Make it child of runtime exception. Since runtime, it is unchecked, unchecked exception. If it is unchecked exception, you have to use try catch block. If at all, if you are not using try catch block, hold on. If you are not using try catch block, oh, sorry. If you are not using try catch block, it doesn't force you to handle, as you know that, but it doesn't run properly because runtime environment terminate abnormally. You know that. If I entered less than 18, it is exception because it may be custom exception, but you didn't handle it properly, right? That's why it is highly recommended to handle exceptions, but it's up to you to make checked exception or unchecked, and you decide what type of handling. Use throws keyword or just try catch, whatever you want. So let me run. I'm throwing exception right now. If it is less than 18, I throw exception, but it's executing whole project. If it is, there may be no exception because I'm entering more than to 18. There's no exception. It all depends. But I'm telling you, it's not very big way of making exceptions, custom exceptions. It's very simple. All you have to do is make a class and just use throws keyword wherever you want to throw it. Okay. There is one more I have to talk. Last one is finally keyword. So if you observe carefully, hold on guys, 1 second. Yeah. So whenever you are working on try catch, because we just noticed, right? So what happened when you have exception at line number 16? If you have exception at 16, what happened? JVM create exception object. JVM throws that object from try block. Immediately it went to catch block. It's not executing the remaining statements of try block. Okay, that's the one drawback for me. Okay, so the problem is I have some important statements to execute. Let's say I have some I have some important like clear the cache memory, disable the session. Can I execute those two in try block? I said important, right? But there is no guarantee of try block execution, right? Are we executing try block without fail? No. If you have exception at line number 20, you are not executing remaining portion of the try block. So there is no guarantee here. So can I keep in catch block maybe? So are you executing catch block all the time? No. We are not executing catch block all the time. Catch block executed only if you have exception. So I can't keep even here. So I have to make finally block, which is a block which is executing without fail. So the try block, either it can follow catch block or finally block or both. So finally block executed even if you have exception or even if you do not have exception. Let's say if you have exception at line number 16. If you have exception 16, JVM from 16 it jumped to 30. From 30 he execute finally block. Let's say no exception. Execute all statements of try block till 20. He went to finally block. So in both cases, we are executing finally block without fail. So to execute some mandatory statements like I can say resource, close resources, save the data, clear the cache memory, disable session or close the session, whatever kind of thing we can do in finally block, and then whatever we initiated in try block, we can close those in finally block. So try can follow either catch or finally or both for exception management. Okay, so I just have to go through my PPT just to make sure I didn't miss anything. So I explained these examples. So we can have multiple catch blocks for multiple exceptions, and we can also nest try inside try is also possible. In catch block also we can have try block. In finally block also we can have try block. Like if you are using that, we discuss even throw keyword. We discuss even throws keyword, which is part of the method declaration, and we discuss even finally keyword. This is actually follows mostly finally with try or finally with try catch. So just to close the resources and for mandatory stuff. And here, if there is no exception, so if there is no, can anyone guess the output here? And there is no handle, you didn't handle properly. So you could see that line, I don't have any line number here. You can see here, I'm unable to use the pen. You can see I'm dividing with 0, which is not possible. So we don't have any catch block for arithmetic exception. But even now, a finally block is being executed. That is of course, it's abnormal terminated because we don't have catch block to handle the exception. Application is now terminating abnormally, but even if he is terminating abnormally, he'll executing finally block, then terminate abnormally. That's a benefit of, yes, because we don't have any catch block to handle the arithmetic exception, but it is now terminating abnormally, but execute the finally block, then terminate abnormally. That is the benefit of finally block. So there are some rules you need to follow. So please go through them. And there is one more feature called multi-catch block. Like when I say multi-catch block, we have 3 catch blocks, right? We have 3 catch blocks, right? So we can have one catch block for all 3, but not all, only 3. So I could say input mismatch, for input mismatch, type symbol, and arithmetic exception, type symbol. So I'm just giving space, and error index after bounds exception, type symbol, yeah. So I have multi-catch block. I have multi-catch block, which is for all 3 exceptions. It's only for 3, not every exception. So this catch block is given 3 exceptions. So you can, it's up to you. This is also possible. And so there are some people ask, what is error? E capital, it's a class. So error exception. So you could see throwable, like by default, throwable is a parent, right? I'm sorry, I'm taking 10 minutes more, guys. I might go till 12:45. Is it okay? I might be talking till 12:45. I know I'll ask Tian to start little late so that you will get some more lunch time because I started late. So I'll be taking 10 minutes more. I'm so sorry for that inconvenience. But what I'm talking here, so you could see error here. You could see exception. So what is basically error? That which is in left side. The error is also exception. E capital, it's a class, but which is basically for unit testing and which is basically for resource kind of issues. Like it's not, the errors are not because of data. It's not because of the semantic. It's because of the resources, because of memory stuff, because of assertions. This is basically for unit testing. In that case, like IO interface issue, in that case, mostly we get errors. But we are nothing to do if you have error, E capital error, not syntax error, then nothing to do if you have any errors in your programming. But if you have exception, maybe checked or unchecked exception, we can handle. Okay. Custom exception, I explained what is custom exception. The custom exception, whatever you create, the custom exception could be checked exception or it could be unchecked exception. We know how to handle the custom exception. I explained in detail different the way you have to handle custom exception. It's very simple and very popular. People always make custom exception because we are not finding everything from API. API is just interface. It's just HTML document. They provide very few, and we have to make our own from that. That is basically, a custom exception. Okay. So, right. So I have to take questions here. It might take another 5 to 10 minutes. So that's why I'm taking a little more time now. So let me take the questions from here. That's good. A lot of people were responding to my questions. That's good. Okay, there is a question from someone. When we get an exception, can we include a message that prompts to fix the wrong input so the code doesn't terminate? I mean, yeah, you can do that. Like, what you can do, I read the question again for everyone. When we get an exception, can we include a message that prompts to fix the wrong input so the code doesn't terminate again? I mean, what you can do, when you found exception, say, here it is. Since you found exception here, okay, I can go back to my, okay. When you found exception here, that is something, it always go to catch block. There's nothing you can stop it. You can't stop going to catch block. But from catch block, what you can do, you can go back to try block again. I mean, for that, you need to be in infinite loop. You know that you should be in infinite loop. Since you are inside a loop, so what you have to do, you have to use continue keyword. So you know the continue keyword, right? Continue keyword means it will repeat. When you say continue, it will go back to very beginning of the loop. It will ask again. That's the only option. So you can't correct that value. You cannot modify, and you can't stop JVM to raise exception because it's a custom exception. You can't stop the default process, but you can continue. When you say continue, it go back to very beginning of the loop and ask you again. It doesn't terminate in this case because you are inside you can continue even here and even here and even here. So if you have an exception, you always go to catch block, right? So when you say continue, it always go back very beginning. You can tell them, please, and maybe I can run for you. If you run again, if I entered something 0, so it is asking. So again, I have to enter 12, 2. Now I'm entering some out of index. You can ask again. I entered the index. It works. Okay. So this is, I have to terminate the loop. I'm sorry, this is incomplete. I put in infinite loop, but I have to stop somewhere. I'm not stopping because I don't want to waste a lot of time. But you can, maybe you can do here somewhere. Do you want to continue something? You can do that. Okay. It is possible, but you can't stop the JVM. Okay. How many types of exceptions? So there are 2 types of exceptions at high level: checked exceptions and unchecked exception. I think I explained how to handle checked exception, even how to handle unchecked exception. Hope it is clear. Okay. There is one more question. Okay. Thank you. So you said I answered me. Okay. There is one more question, like, are arithmetic exceptions, input mismatch exception, or array index out of bounds are different names of exception? Yes, different types of, different names of exception, and these 3 exceptions, it may rise depending on the type of code you wrote. The exceptions are always depending on the Java code you wrote. If you are writing database Java programming, you may get SQL exception. If you are working with Spring, you will get Spring exceptions. So exceptions are everywhere. Whatever type of code you are writing, depending on that, you will get exceptions. Now, since I'm just dealing with dividing with 0 and array stuff, I was getting array related exception. When you go and work with Spring API, you'll get API synchronous, asynchronous, and error codes, exceptions. It's just common, but all you have to do is you go to API, check the API. The API will tell you very clearly, like how I was opening my API, and every function you are using from API, you can see them. Let's say I open one API, open any API. Let's say I open util package. Okay, maybe I'll show you util package, which is very popular. Util package. If you are working with util package interfaces or methods or classes, there is a possibility of getting the below exception, the concurrent merge exception. There's so many exceptions you may face, but which one exactly, that is something we don't know right now. But you have to open the class which you like to use. In the class, a lot of methods are there. Let's say if you are using next method, and they will tell you, right, this guy is saying there is no exception. But if you see some other function, if you see this function, you read the function description, they are saying there is a possibility of getting below exception, but you do not know exactly what is this exception. Maybe you open it and read here and see what type of exception. It's unchecked exception, and read it. What is it? Why we are getting this exception? You can find the root cause of the exception. You handle using try catch block. API is a great resource of a developer to get more understanding of exceptions and the root cause of exception, how to fix those and everything. Okay, yeah, you are right. These three are different types of names, but you have to find out the reason behind them. Okay, and there is one more question, like, can we open API during evaluation? Unfortunately, not. But I understand. It's very difficult to remember the whole API. I understand totally. But since you are using Eclipse or IntelliJ or whatever, most of the tools are recommending the functions automatically. You don't have to open the API, because Eclipse can show you all functions whenever you say dot, like something dot. When I was typing something, automatically, that, like control space bar, they will generate the code automatically. This code is generating automatically from the API. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to open the API, because we don't want anyone to open the browser even. You have to use the tool. Whatever you are doing, you do in the tool, the Eclipse or whatever. You don't have to open any browser, but that Eclipse we recommend, because Eclipse can auto-generate the code. Okay, so there is one more question, like Sonali is asking, do we need to remember all API methods? You don't have to read, you don't have to memorize everything. That's what I am trying to say. You need to understand the basic programming structure. You need to understand the whole language fundamental and the syntax and semantic and the flow. When you start typing in Eclipse will show you everything, right, Sonali? That's what I'm trying to say here. You don't have to. It's not possible. Even I do not know completely about API. I don't memorize. No human can do that. It's not just about one API. The API which you could see is one API. We have thousands and thousands of such APIs. Understand that. But since you are using Eclipse, it shows some recommendation. You just type in Eclipse, you will get all possible methods and even little bit documentation tools. A lot of people can even access document in Eclipse. You can try that. Yeah, that is possible, but no access of web in evaluation, but you can use Eclipse. Okay. There is one more question from someone. Can we just write catch E instead of catch exception E? No, you cannot do that. So catch block. So somebody is saying, can we just type like this, E like this? No, he doesn't know what is E. We have to tell him what is E. You have to tell him E is actually, maybe you have to say E is object of type arithmetic exception. It's a creating object. So what I'm doing here, I'm just creating object of given exception class. Okay, I'm just creating object of given exception class. So you have to tell the type of object that you are catching here. Whatever you catch, what exception you are trying to catch, you are giving the type here. You have to say the type. Okay. Okay. And there's one more question from Iqbal. Will you be back today after SQL session? So I will be back not today, because today afternoon the Thian will be taking the session. He'll be taking the whole session till end of the day. I'll be back on Wednesday. So tomorrow you don't have any session. Tomorrow I'm giving 2 assignments on exception, 2 assignments on exceptions, and even few assignments on SQL 2. And then I'll talk to you on Wednesday after now. I won't talk to you in the afternoon. Okay. Right. So any more questions, guys? I think I don't see any more questions here. I understand. I took little more time now. I know you people may be hungry now. I'm sorry for that. I will make sure I won't do it again next time. I will, because it's Monday. We didn't check few things, so hope it will be okay from tomorrow. And yeah, the project, whatever pending work and today's assignments, I will be uploading. Meanwhile, you will you will get maybe after lunch, whenever you get some time, please finish even the assignments. Okay. So I will request Tian to start session around 1:47, which is 1 hour from now. So so that you don't have to worry. I'll let Tian know about this. I let Tian know about this. I took more time, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. So I didn't get your question. Yeah, I just spoke to Tian. He said he's okay for 1:45. So I think he's okay with 1:45. So you guys can take lunch break right now. Uh, you can take lunch break right now. So he will start at 1:45 now. So, okay. So there is one question. I don't know what DP we have to download for next session. So what do you mean DP? You mean FTP or something? What do we have? Oh, okay, okay. Uh, yeah, you can download from FTP. I hope you have MySQL. You have installed MySQL, right? Workbench or server, whatever. As per welcome pack instructions, you all have to install MySQL. So he will be explaining the MySQL introduction part. He'll be doing MySQL part 1 today, and the advanced MySQL after evaluation. Okay, that's good. So we are taking break right now. So we are taking, so Thian will start at 12:40, 1:45. So you will get enough time for lunch. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. I'll be talking to you on Wednesday again, the next session for collection framework. Okay. Thank you very much.
Otherwise, you have the problem after you install. Okay. So do you need 5 minutes for installing, or I will continue with the section? So Omni is asking, can I go back to the review space of the slide? Give me a second. This one, right? So for Mac, you need to find the DMG file. Actually, when you go to the website, when you select, if you from Mac, they will automatically show you the DMG file here. This is the file format that Mac can understand. Oh, okay. So for Mac, it's the same. The actually file you need to install it the same. We need to have at least community server. So the server we're running, the database system we're running in your machine, is the community server, and also you need to have MySQL notifier. We can control. We can start a server. We can stop the server, or you can view, monitor the status of the server on your system. And also we need to have MySQL Workbench for the UI of the when you're writing the query segment, you can use this one, or you can view the table from MySQL Workbench. So I would suggest you have 3 different things: this one, this one, and this one. Stravante say that I install MySQL Workbench. Is it okay? Yes, it's okay. It's a requirement to install MySQL Workbench, but make sure your MySQL server running. Otherwise, you cannot connect to any server. All right. Uh, Jun Liang say that, do I need to install MySQL Notifier? Yeah, I would suggest you install MySQL Notifier so you can see how the status of your server easy. You can stop it, you can control it easily also. So yeah, let's go ahead install MySQL Notifiers. All right, so people say that I can continue without giving any break for installation. All right, so let me show you here. In case of you haven't installed it, you can use the version online. So they have the compiler for MySQL Online. This is the website. So you can type any query statement here. For example, show database, something like this. And you can run it here. Run here. Something like that. You can run anything here. There's something wrong here with my keyword. Yes, you can run, right? You can see that they have MySQL Scammer, MySQL System Test or database here in the online version. So I'm using the online version for practicing here. If you haven't installed MySQL, but I would suggest at home you need to have MySQL Workbench. Okay. So right, this is the link. Let me show you the link. This is the link for the online version. Or you can Google, you can Google MySQL compiler online, and you can go to the website at Pisa. It's a good one. Robert Smith say that do I need to install MySQL Workspace if you have XAMPP for the MySQL? No, I would suggest using MySQL Workspace for the browsing. Let me open MySQL Workspace and you understand what is it here. Okay, so here, after you install, this is the first, this is the MySQL Workspace here, right? Imagine that you don't have this one here. You don't have this here, but you have this symbol here. So the first time when you open MySQL Workspace, you don't have any connection. And then you click on this plus symbol here, click here to create your connection. So when I create a connection, I can say that my test, my first MySQL connection here. And then you remember that we have the root account what we define when we install here. And then we press OK. They will create the connection here for you. And then you double click on that connection. And then you need to provide a password. The password, you set it up when you install it. You provide it here. And then you can connect to your database, MySQL database server here. So for me, because I do a lot of, I had a lot of database here. So you can see a bunch of my database on the left side under the part of navigator here. But with the people who are just install MySQL Workspace at the beginning, you roughly just see the last one, the system database. Okay, so you can see a lot of things for me here in this moment, but you only see this one for you because this one I do it already. I create my own database, so it's appear here. But you definitely can see the system database. Okay, Jasmine Nagy asking about, okay, so you are using Mac, you cannot install Notifier. Okay, so basically on Mac, when you install a community server, maybe it's running already, so you can connect directly to MySQL server. It's a tool for the Windows, a feature that a Windows user can use to monitor their MySQL server. So let me see if I can find any alternative for Notifier for the Mac. Let me see. Okay, so that I told you from the beginning, when Sweta had a question for Mac, it's asking for root password and it's not opening. So for Mac, as I told you from the beginning, when you set up your MySQL account, make sure that you provide the root password. Vinita asked a question if we have the recording for this section. Yes, we have it for the whole day section since this morning until the MySQL part. So people with Mac, don't worry about Notifier. You will not find any feature from Notifier on Mac. You can run the MySQL directly without worrying about Notifier. Sweta, there is a way to create a password for root user, but this will be take time for if I give you the instruction right now. So the only way you can do it, can you try to reinstall again and make sure that we have the setup giving the password for your root account when you install. But anyways, if you don't have enough time or still struggle on that, just go to the online version first, so you can have some hand-on experience first and install it later. Okay, so Mohammed, right, asked the question: can we get the notifier on Linux? I'm not sure about Linux. Can you check if we have the feature notifier on Linux? When you select the drop down on the operating system of MySQL, maybe they will show it. Let me see. I cannot find for Linux. I don't think that Linux we have it. Okay, so before we have some real practicing some queries on MySQL using Workbench, let's talk about the theory part a little bit about the type of language that we have here. So basically, if you try to break it down MySQL SQL language, we can have 4 different sub-language. The first one is data manipulation language, or people call it DML. The second one is DDL. The next one is DCL, it means data control language, and the last one will be transaction control language, TCL. Okay, so people have the problem with the installation. We can try to do the online compiler after this, and then we can do it later. Maybe after the session, or we can try to show the problem later. Okay. Also, let's go to the first type of the sublanguage here in MySQL. This the first one is DML language. Okay, okay. Sorry, guys, give me a second. People to have a problem with the installation, so I will send the online compiler here, so we can do the practice. I can send to everyone here, and then we will show the problem with installation later. All right. I will try to cover everything here, and then we go back to installation, and then we install it later. All right. Okay, I send the link for everybody. If you cannot install MySQL or MySQL Workbench, you can try to use online version. Okay, so go back to DML here. So DML language, it actually stands for data manipulation language. This means that they provide a statement that you can use to managing the data within your database or the table. So you can imagine that with DML language, you are working in the level of your database, of your record inside the table. If you're familiar with the cross operation, you guys know what is cross operation? So nowadays in the application, right, we have the idea of cross, which means that you need to create the data. C here stands for create, R here for read, U here for update, and D here for the delete. Okay, so basically in database system, we have things to work on our data. We have select it connect to create. Sorry. Select is connect to read. When you select, you perform the select statement on a SQL, right? It means you try to read the data. You try to view it. When you try to insert the data, it means that you try to create the data in cross operation. And similarly, we have update is the same with update in cross operation, and delete is similar with delete in cross operation. So when you work with record, with data, it means that you are using the DML language. But when you work with the database itself, when you work in the table level, database level, it means that you are using the DDL language. It means you define the structure of the data. You define the structure of your database. Another type of language is data control language here. This means that you are working with the user. Remember that you are working with user. So when you're working with user, what you can do, you can grant the permission to the user, or you can revoke the permission from them. For example, we have some data table, right? And you have a lot of user, and you can define, oh, this user can read and write on that table, and that user cannot read or write anything on that table by using grant and revoke permission for them. This will be some examples, very example statement on DCL language later. And the last one will be TCL language. This means that the language to help you control the transaction of the when you're working with database. Sometimes you work with database, right? You want to update database, you want to insert in the database to make sure the thing that you're doing is certain, is safe. You can create a transaction so that if you make something wrong, you can roam back to the point that you don't want to make any change from the beginning. For example, I can begin my transaction when I have the empty table. Okay, right here. I can create my transaction with empty table, and then I can insert some data, right? So I can insert some data. Insert maybe the data is, I try to insert data, but let me type it easy. Give me a second. So I create a table. I begin transaction. Then I create a table. Then I insert data. But this data, I for sure I'm certain about this data. It's valid data. Then I create a set point. And then I'm trying to insert more data, but I'm not sure. And then I'm trying to modify it. And then I'm trying to roll back it. So what happened in this situation? So we have the begin transaction. We're trying to create a table. So the table over there. Okay, so the table over there, and try insert the valid data, and then I create a set point, right? And then I insert more data and I modify it. But at some point, at this point, I say, no, I don't really want to have this changing. I don't really want to have uncertain data, not sure here insert to my data, to my table. I want to go back to this point when I have the valid data. I can apply the rollback, and the rollback here will help me to go back to this set point. So when we go back to this set point, our table doesn't have anything from this point. Okay. And for example, after that, I have more data. I have more certain data, and I can commit it. And in this one, when I commit it, our data from here to here we have the insert valid data here, we kept insert more data here, will be on table permanently when I commit it. So basically that's how transaction language works. So we can insert some, we can create our transaction so that we can have some save point, and then we can control the flow of our data if we want. We can roll back to the point that we just want it here. We don't want more data, or we can commit to make sure the data will be in your table permanently. This kind of language in MySQL, we call it transaction control language. Okay, so this one actually will be covered more after the evaluation. When you guys go through your evaluation, go to the advanced language in MySQL, I will cover more detail on the transaction control language. Today, I'm trying to go into the detail of the first one here. The data definition language, data manipulation language, and data control language. Okay. Okay, so for the database, so this one, you guys can go along with the slide here. You can type exactly we have on the slide here for the practicing. You can practice online, or you can practice on MySQL Workbench if you successfully install. So, as I said before, right, when you working with data definition language, it means that you are working in the database level and the table level. The first thing with DDL query language here, we can do with the database and a table with that, we can create a database. And the keyword to create a database is create database and provide database name. Okay, so I will do practicing on my workspace here for the sample. Okay, so I have create database, and I provide database name. I provide my school. Remember that you can see it clear, right? Create database and MySQL. In MySQL, the scripting here, this keyword is not case sensitive, so you can capitalize or you can write it lowercase like I'm writing here. So in MySQL, you can after you writing your query statement, you can highlight this, and you can go to here query, and you can click on SKU selection, SKU owner selection. When you run it, the bottom below will show the result. I have the result file here because I have this database already. Okay, so let me try to route database. Because I have database already, I cannot create it anymore, so I group it. I can select it, do the same. You can click here, or you can use shortcut for the window, Control Shift Enter to run it. So let me try to Control Shift Enter here. So I wrote my database successfully here. You can see the result above, below. Now I can create my database here again. Control Shift Enter. You can see that I successfully create my database, and then this is my school. The most important thing here that after you create a database, if you want to work or update that database, you should use that database. So I can use my school. I'm using keyword use, and I provide my database name. So use my database name. Okay, so I highlight this and run it. So now I'm inside my school. You guys can do it online also. Okay, so the next step is that I want to create a table. You also see the example of create a table already, right? So to create a table, we need to provide the keyword create the table, provide the table name, and you provide a parenthesis. And inside the table, you can create a simple table with 4 columns: ID, full name, course ID, and phone number. Provide a data type for each column, the constraint for each column, data type, constraint, column name, data type, constraint, similarly. So I create very simple table without the constraint. I create a table. This is a keyword. I put it here in the body. Remember, close it everything. Okay. Table name student. Okay. In my table, maybe I have the ID. So the column name, I want the ID to the integer number, and I want this one in primary key. So each column we separate by the comma. And I have the full name properly, and I want my column full name is varchar, maybe 25. That's it. You don't have to provide a constraint for a simple table. But when in practice, you should provide a constraint. But to show you guys at an example, I just can create a table similar like it. So the cost ID, I want this integer. Alright, I didn't provide anything here. Maybe full name should not know. Let me check. The next one can be phone number. Phone number. Phone number, I can use Wacker. Maybe 10 number, okay. Yeah, student can have number or not. So I need to select all of them, and then I run it again. You see here, I have the table created on my database. So after you create a database and a table, you will not see it right away here on navigator on the left. You need to press on refresh. And when you press on refresh, you can see that we are inside my school database. It's in my database I just created here, right? And then you can see the table here. When you click on the table, you can see the table student that I just created here. And if you click on this arrow one more time, you can see the column, the indexing, the foreign key, the trigger here. But when you click on the column, you can see the ID, full name, course ID, and phone number here. So the ID is my column of the table. The full name, course ID, and the phone number is for different column of my table. If I can click, you can see this logo here, right? The symbol of table here. When you click on that symbol, you can see the result. They bring out for me the table here in the output result here with the ID, full name, course ID, and phone number. Because I haven't inserted any data, so the data will have nothing here. Okay. For the information, actually today we are trying to cover from here to here, from the database level to the table level until the column level, summary segment here. This is for today. For the advanced knowledge, we will cover from the indexing, foreign key, trigger, view, store procedure, and function above. So today this part, and the advancing after evaluation will be this part, and some advanced knowledge. Okay. Let's go back to my query. You guys got it? Okay, so I successfully create my database. I successfully create my table. So what we can do, what's next we can do with DLL? Another thing we can do with DLLs is we can try to modify the thing that we create. For the table, you can use the keyword enter, and you provide the keyword table and provide a table name. And you provide another keyword, a modified column, then you can change the column data type. So at the table level, you can change its data type. This is an example. We have trying to enter the table student. And we can try to modify the column. For example, here, when I create 10, right? Now I modify my column phone number. I make it 11 digit instead of 10. So I can enter my table, student. I modify that column. I make it accept 10 number of the digit here. Similarly, you can do something with database also. In the database, you can provide a keyword enter, and then you provide the database or schema, and then you need to put the database name over here. The thing that you can change for database is character set, the way that database is storing data, the encoding of your data, and the collate. I mean the way that we can perform sorting or ordering on that character set. For example, when we create a database, by default, your database using Latin 1 encoding for your data. And they're using the Latin 1, we mean ordering, the way that we sorting the data for Latin character. Here, Latin 1 Swedish CI, you can see here. For ordering, we can make some change. We can enter the database. We enter the My School database, right? We change the character set. Instead of using Latin 1, you can using UTF-8 here. And then when using UTF-8, to sorting UTF-8 encoding, you need to have the sorting rule, like UTF-8 general CI here. You need to provide a collate for the database. Okay, so in more in-depth knowledge, actually Latin 1 are using 8 bytes of character to store 8 byte, you 1 by 8 bit to store 1 character, but UTF-8 they're using more to store character. So basically in UTF-8 you can store more different character. You can have some special character, international character here in UTF-8. All right. And the last thing we can do with DDL language is after we create, right, we enter the database or we enter the table, we can do other thing like we can drop the table. You can see I'm dropped in my database already, right? I dropped in my database, drop the database, and then provide the database name. It means that I remove my database out of the system. I can drop my table by provide drop table and the table name. I mean I will remove my table out of my database. Okay. Another special query statement that we can view in DDL query is the truncate. So the truncate is basically they remove all of the data inside the table, but they keep that table structure there. For example, if I have some record on my student table, right, I perform truncate on the student table, all of the record will be removed, so the truncate the student table will be like a brand new table. We have the column there, but without the data. That behavior can be achieved by using drop table. It's like you create a table, right, and then you insert some record into that table, and for a while you see that, oh, I don't need this kind of data anymore. I try to drop the table and I create that table again. So behavior of dropping a table, create a table again is similar to truncate. So you can imagine that the truncate is like drop and create at the same time. Okay. All right. So before I move to data manipulation language, do you have any question? All right. Kimani have a question. Do you always have to create a database first? So I create a database because I have an usually when you work with the application, right? So one your application might be have many feature, and a new feature might be using the same database. So in that case of situation, you need to create a database first. But in you don't have to create a database. I'm sorry, because you have the database existing already. You just jump into that database and try to using the information, or you try to add more information into that database, add more table into that database. So in that case, you don't have to create a database first. But in some case of the new project, you set up the new project totally new, and there will no database over there. So you need to create a database first. So I hope this answers your question, Kimani. So depend on the situation. So if you have database already, you don't have to create first. But if you are working with brand new project, no existing database, you need to create a database first. Okay, so let's talking about manipulation language here. So in as I told you before, right? In manipulate, you are going through DDL language. You working in the database level, in the table level, right? But with DML here, you working in a record level. So what we can do with record level? We can insert record into the table. It's a record level. You can update your record. It's a record level, and you can delete this record out of the table. It's also the record level. So how does it look like? So to insert into the table, we have the syntax, the general syntax like this. We can use short form or long form. With the short form, you can using insert into keyword. You provide the table name, you provide the value, and you put the all of the value in form of the table. We have open parentheses, we have comma, comma, comma for the value here. So this is the short form. You can do it in longer form. You have to insert into the keyword. You provide your table name, the same with the above, and then you provide which column you want to insert value. So you can change the order if you want. And then you provide the value for each column correspondingly here. Okay, and how it look like in the example. Example, we have the training list here, and we try to insert the value. So insert into it a keyword, which into the training list table here, and then the value is first column will be 1, second column will be drawn for the first name, the last name will be missed for this table. Or you can assemble in a long form. We insert into the training list the table. We define the first name in the column, the last name in another column, and then we provide a value for each column like this. How about our application here? I have my table with 4 different columns here. Let me try to using the short form to insert the data. So I can insert into my table student, sorry my spelling, and values here with key everybody number 1, Peter, full name will be Peter Parker something, and then I have the course ID maybe number 1, and the phone number I make it VACA, so I need to provide a string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 maybe. Okay, so let me try to select all of them and run the command, and you see that I'm inserted successfully into my table. They say I'm inserted successfully in my table. I can do the same. I can copy this one and then insert because the primary key, I need to change the key here. Insert another name, maybe Bootcamp. This one I think maybe the same concept, and change hit number a little bit here. Oh, sorry. So I can insert it in. Yes, I can insert successfully another column here. How about this long form? Let me make a long form here. Insert the student. So the long form is different in that you just need to define which one you want to insert. We have the ID, we have the full name, we have the course ID. Oh, because I have no constraint for none, right? So I will not insert the course ID and the phone number to see what happened. So I make it here 3. What's one? What's it? Maybe when here, because I don't have this one here, so I can specify only the column I insert here. This will be 3. When I run it, it also say that I'm successfully insert. So that is how we can insert using short form like this and a long form like this. Okay. Another DML statement that we can use for the record level is that we can update that. After you insert, you see that, oh, I don't want to insert this value. I want to make some change on that value. You can apply the update. And in general, how update statement look like? They have the keyword update. You need to provide the update keyword. You provide a table name. And then after that, you provide a keyword set. You set the column with the new value. You need to point out which column and which new value you want to update. And then to more specific, you need to provide where keyword. The where keyword is here that you need to specify the condition to update. For example here, I want to update the training list. What to update? I need to select the first name, the column first name, and I update it to Philip. But with condition, the training ID should be number 1. So if you don't provide the condition training ID number 1, imagine that we have the training list, we have a lot of different training. If you don't provide this condition, all of the first name will become Philip. But if you provide this condition where training ID equal 1 here, they just go through your database, go through your table, pick it up, the record, which have the trainer ID number 1, and change that name to Philip only. So this is how we specific one record and update the data. Okay. So besides update the data, you can delete the data only. But for my experience, when you work in a real life project, please be careful with this type of command, especially delete or truncate. Okay. So how the delete work in the record level? So we can provide the delete. We put the star symbol here with the keyword from. When you provide a table name, you know what is the effect. This effect is exactly the same effect with truncate. It means that at the end, they delete all of the record of the table. Okay. However, the delete, we can specify the condition for your deletion. You can do something like this. You can provide a keyword delete from. Instead of put star symbol here, you provide a keyword delete from, and then the table name, and then you provide a condition where you can delete. This is the example. I will try to delete from the table training list here where the first name is Sarah. So if you're doing this, they just go into the training list table, they iterate through every column, and then try to match the condition first name with Sarah and delete that record only. Okay. All right, so they have one question. What is the difference between drop and delete? So you can see here, uh, you can remember the drop. We are talking about the table level, right? When you try to drop, especially when you drop table, the whole table will be removed. There will be no column. For example, if you want to drop the training list here, table training list, you cannot access that table again. There will no column, there will no table name training list on your database. But when you perform the delete, especially the first delete here, the table is still there, but with no data inside the table. The table will still have 4 columns, maybe training ID, first name and last name and number or something like that. Okay. And basically, your question is quite similar with the question that this is the most common question. 99% people will ask you what the difference between truncate and delete statement. Okay, so people with experience, can you answer me? What is the difference between truncate and delete? People with knowledge or experience with database. You can raise your hand if you want to talk. I will try to make you talk through webinar here. I see one answer from Tom. Yes, you have the correct answer that truncate lock the table while delete does not. Yes, is the correct answer. So when we perform truncate, they lock hold of the table to perform truncate. Quincha also provide another answer that truncate DDL command but delete the DML command. Yes, this is correct answer also. And Omnia provide that the answer that delete the row or column, the truncate drop the table. Okay, so let me your own answer is quite close. So let me summarize all of them and show you guys how to answer this kind of question. There's a lot of difference between truncate and the delete statement. But you can see here, we can make the list of 11 different points. The more point you can answer to the interviewer, the more advantage that you can have compete to other candidates. But at least you need to remember the some highlight point I give you guys here. The first point, the difference between truncate and delete is that the truncate is DDL command, but the delete is DML command. This is the first point. The second point is that the truncate, it locked the table. It's like Tom answer here. It locked the whole table for removing the record. But the delete, they just lock record for record, each record when they perform the delete. Each rows, for example, if you perform delete all of the records of a table on the rows table, they will go to each rows and then lock it and delete it and then go to the next row and lock it and delete it, iterate to on the table. Another difference is that truncate, we cannot roll back. You remember the TCL language, right? We can roll back at the point that we want to have the data back. We can do that with delete, but we cannot do that with with the truncate. Okay. The fourth different point is that the truncate remove all of the rows of the table. This is obviously right, But the delete, we can delete only the record, or we can specific based on our condition for remove the row from the table by the condition. I mean, you can specific, I just want to remove some of the record, not all of them. The where give you more flexibility on the remove the data. The another point I think is more important than different other point is that the truncate table cannot activate a trigger, but the delete activate a trigger. This is the consequence from the DTM command, because I believe it. The DTL command it work in the same level with the table. So, but when we do something with the record, with the structure of the table, because it is the same level of the DTL command, so this cannot activate the trigger, which is just affects on the DML command. The trigger just affect on the DDL command when you try to manipulate the data. But the delete, because it's on a DML level, so did we activate a trigger. And about the trigger, we will cover it later. And once again, this is 5 point. I see it good enough to satisfy the interviewer. But if you can have memorize or remember more point, it's an advantage for you compared to other candidates. Okay. And you can search for more different points. But if you have 11 point here, it's really good already. It's super already. Okay, so any question? Okay, let's move to the interesting part here. Is the real thing that we can do on database right now. It's base query statement here. Tom had a question. Is there any limits how many rows that we can roll back? This depends on how many set point that you create for the database, so you can roll back at the point here. Okay, so that you guys all know that we have maybe you guys all know that we have query segment to view the data, right? So how to run a query segment? In general, the syntax of the query segment, you need to have this kind of keyword. We have the select keyword, we have the from keyword, we have the where keyword, we have group by, we have having, order by, ascending, descending keyword. So with select, it means that you can select the column of the table. So usually after select, you list out all of the column of the table. Sorry. With from, it means that you specify what table you want to select from. And where, you got only the where segment above, right? Provide a condition, which type of record you want to display. And also you can group by them, by provide group by impression. We will study about this more in the advanced knowledge. And also we can provide us having condition based on the group by that we have it here. And other by that, you can sorting our data before we display on the screen or before we display on the console of Watchman here for the query segment. And we can display it in ascending order or descending order. So this is all of the keyword that you can use on your basic query segment. But the most fundamental keyword that we can see here is select and from. You just need these two keywords to get the data from table, select and from here. You can use star symbol to get everything from a table. Let me go back to workspace for the sample here. After I insert everything here, you can perform select star symbol here from student. You highlight it, you run it. When you highlight it, you run it, it will give you the result read here, you see. And in this result read, you can see your table, what you have on your table. This is my column name, ID, full name, cost ID, phone number. This is the record that I just insert here. And then you see that I didn't insert anything, so this one will be null because I didn't provide any constraint, so they accept my data. All right. So that is a very basic query statement. So what we can do next? Oh, before we go into more detail on basic query segment, I just want to show you that we have some helping command that you can use to get more information of the database. So you can use the show command to show what we have, what database that we have on the system. Or we can show what the table that we have in one database using show tables. Or we can return all of the column of the table by using show column right here, just with show command. All right. But actually, if you have workbench, this show command actually have the benefits when we use when you write the command line MySQL. But we have the workbench. You can click on the navigator to see all the information that we have right here. So everything that we can use this command, actually we can run this in my workbench by the UI that I provided here. Similarly, we have help command. You can put anything in help here to see the content, the command. You can try to help what is select, what is query or something like this, and the SQL will answer for you right here. Okay, so just a quick review what we can do to get the information from database with show and help here. The more important part here, okay, so let me go through the DCL command first, and then before we go back to the query segment in depth. Okay, so with the DCL command, I told you guys, right, we are trying to work in with the user. So the two things we can do with one user is that we can grant the permission to the user, or we can revoke the permission from the user. In this symbol here, you can see I can perform the create user. This is the syntax of create user. You need to put the create user keyword, the username, and then this is your system. Usually we're using localhost because we are trying to install MySQL server in our local. So our system will be localhost, but this one is username. I put my name as a username here. And then this is the password. I identify by password. If I put password here, my password is password. And then after I have my username, I can grant all the permission in that user. The syntax is that I can grant, and on here represent all of the permission, and on here is on the object I want to grant permission. So I have the permission. Imagine that in my database I have the database name db1. It's my database name, and dot. It means that I want to provide all of the permission on all of the table. The symbol style here, it means for all of the table of my db1 database to this user. Or I can do it more specific. This is using own permission on own table. If I more specific, I can write something like this. I can grant the permission to select the table, the permission to insert the table, to search to table, the permission to delete the record on the table, or permission to update the row or record of the table on the student table. So this is I specify the table, not on database, to the same user. So this is how I grant the permission for the user. Okay. I also can revoke the permission here. So after I provide all of the thing above, I can get it back by revoke. on of the privilege. This is the syntax of revoke on the privilege that I ran option from this user. So basically all of the keyword here is the syntax. If you don't want to use all of the keyword here, it's similar with the above below. You can specify the what role you want to revoke and from which user like this. You can revoke row number 1, comma, row number 2, and then from the user, this is the general syntax. User number 1, user number 2, multiple users at the same time. Okay. Let's see how I can create here. So let me go back to the question here. I will try to copy this right here. Let me change a little bit here. So I will try to do something like I try to create a user, maybe my username test, identified by password test. So I create my user, I try to run it. You see that I create a user successfully here, right? Okay, let's see if I successfully created user in the system. Maybe I can close my connection to try to access to database with the user. You can do something like this. You can the same with the first connection. You click on this plus symbol here. Click here. You put it here, my test user connection. And you can put any name, but I put test user connection here. My username is test. The local host the same, right? The port is 3306 is the same. This is the port for MySQL in Windows. And you can also click OK here. So you see my test user connection here is appear here. I can click here. They're asking for my password. Because I provide my password is test, I can put test here and connect. Now I'm inside. I'm using my test user to connect to the MySQL database. We can not see everything here because I didn't provide any permission for the test user. So if I provide a permission for the test user, maybe on the student database or on the student table or on the my school database, I can see them here. Okay. So that's how I can use my new user to access database. Let me go back to my example. So root, I go back to the root user for the example. Okay. All right. So basically, we are just going through on the surface of DML command, DDL command, TCL command, and no, DCL command, not TCL. TCL will cover after the evaluation. And now let's go into more depth on the basic queries command here. I would like to show you the where clause in the detail. And you see that we using this select and from already, right? And now we can apply where to get more specific data that we want here by provide a condition. This is the example. Imagine that in our system we have this table. The table we have 3 columns: country ID, country name, and region ID here. And then we can select just one column only. We want to get the country name only instead of all of the column from this table, the country table here. But we want to specify the region ID should be 1001 by provide this condition. So that this is the condition. Region ID equal 1001. They will go into this record, this table, go to every row, this first row, second row, and third row. To pick it out which one is satisfied this condition, just only the first one to get it satisfy the condition. They get it out and they just pick up the country name. The only country name we can see here is United States. So this will be our result when we apply the where condition. Okay. The next things on the where is statement that we can do Besides provide where condition, we can do is sorting. What is sorting do? So basically in MySQL, when you perform the query statement, they will not sorting the data for you. They just give you the random order of the data. To make sure we have the consistent of data every time, we'd be sorting by the order. You can provide order by keyword for your query statement. With order by, you can order by one column only, or you can order by two or more columns. So with one column, they just do order by this column using alphabets or comparing a number. But with multiple columns, they will go to priority the first column first. After, if you have the same order with the data, that we jump to the second column and then start order by the second column. If you provide ascendant, the data will be ordered from the ascendant order. If you provide descendant, they will provide the descendant order. But by default, it will be ascendant order. Okay, so this is the example. We have the same table, the same country table, but now we're trying to select all of the things from that table. We put the star symbol here, and then we try to order by country name. So you see that by default, if we not provide the country name, they will if we not provide the keyword ascending or descending, right, they will try to order by ascending order. So they take a look on the country name column here and try to make the ascending order for country name by Asia, Canada, and United States in that order for the result. Okay. If we try to do the same, but we provide the descendant order here on the country name, you can see that the order will be different. The U, the letter appear later in the alphabet character will be appear first. United States first, then Canada, and then Australia. Okay. So this is order by. Okay, so now as you know that we have the where condition. We have to pick out specific data that you want. But however, this where condition did not give us the enough complicated tool to get more specific data. You need to apply something we call logical operator here on that where condition. Let's take a look on the example. It's really more clear. Imagine we have a table from student, and on that table we have that student ID, we have the name, and we have also the score or the mark of that student or rating of that student. We're using 100 rating system here. So what we can do with the operator to make more complicated query segment here, this is the example. We can select the student ID. We can select the name from that table student, and then we trying to get the student mark which is larger than 80 and smaller than 100. Without this logical operator, you cannot get this from get the student mark using their range, right? You just get one condition only. We don't have and here. But when you provide and here, you can pick it out the people who have the mark in that range and bring it out. So instead of bringing all of the students from 1 to 10 here, they just pick up 4 or 8 because these two students is the good student when they mark it between 80 and 100 here. And one more thing is that the MySQL provide two different symbols for every logical. They provide and, but they also provide two double emphasis here for and. So when you apply and two emphasis here, it's basically the same thing, the same effect for them. They also provide or. This or here and these two symbols here are the same, and not you write down not or using exclamation here are also the same. The next example I provide you guys with or. So you see or here or here are the same. The thing that what they are doing in this example is that maybe the same table of student, but they want to get the name, the mark, and the address out. However, they want to get the student name with the first character A. I will cover this wildcard later, and the first character is S. So all here. So by that mean the result will be they bring out Steve, and Anna's because the first character of Steve is S, the first character of Anna name is A, and S and A accordingly. So when you see that this R here and these two symbols are the same meaning in MySQL. Similarly, you can use not. For example, we can select all of the students of the same table above, but I don't want a student with the ID number 1, so I can put the ID number 1 here, but I put the not keyword here. Or you can put exclamation symbol here. So by the result, you don't see any one ID student here, right? So this table have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is the ID of the student. Okay. So it will list all of the student detail except the student with ID number 1. And this table it provide more operator for your comparison. We have equal. We have this one is also equal, but you are using to compare with non-value also. So this is the set comparison. If you want more set comparison, you can use this symbol. This is the same. We have not equal. So two symbol are the same, and also the not are the same. Okay. And we have greater than, we have greater than or equal, we have smaller than, we have smaller than and equal. We have also have in, we have between, we have in known, we have in not known, and we have like, which we cover in the next slide. So I will not cover it here. So this is go through the equal. This is sample. We have this table. We're trying to get the region ID data exactly the same with 1002 here. You can see here, perform this query statement with this condition equal sign, this value, this just two country display as a result. Okay. And this the not side. You have the example above already, right? So we have here, we are trying to get the country from this table, and we apply the not side to compare with England. These two are the same result will be displayed. You can see that we have the England data here, but we want to have not England, so this one will be removed out from the result. Okay. The next one we can see a sample of comparisons. We can use the smaller than for the comparison in your condition. Here, the same data, we want to get the data is smaller than 102. Basically, none you cannot compare, so they ignore directly. And then they compare with region 1101 here. So it successfully bring out the result with just one row record only. This record will be ignored because we have smaller, not smaller than or equal, right? So if we are using smaller than equal, they will include it to record as well. Okay, so this is an in condition. So in condition help you to get the data within the group. Imagine the same table for the country. We want to get the country in the group. We have three different countries: English, Germany, and Indonesia. So when they look into your table, they just pick up all of the country name within the list that we provide here. So basically in the result we have Indonesia because we want to have it here, We have England because we want to have it here. We have Germany also because we want to have it here. In case you have another country, maybe Japanese. Okay, Japanese here. Japanese. You provide the list here which doesn't have any existing data on the table. You provide extra information here, they will run it, and then we ignore the Japanese because we don't have any Japanese here. So they using this for reference to get the data from here. Okay. Similarly, with opposite with not, when you trying to provide not in, instead of get England, Germany, and Indonesia, they will do opposite. They will ignore Indonesia, ignore England, and ignore Germany. So by that mean we have the result is just first two records here. Okay. Takir say that there will be too much for a single day. Yes. This will be a lot for the people who just study about database, but please bear with me because I sent out it actually on FTP already. If you go through that, you will figure out it's not really difficult, even though it's too much. But let's try to go through with him one more time. If you not understand, you can read it again at home and you can figure out. Oh, it's easy to understand, and you can get it right away when you review it again. Okay, so the next one will be between. So with between condition, is it a tool for you? The way that you can get the data from a two value. I mean from a range. For example, here you take a look at here. We have the region ID, which move from 1001 to 1004. So I can provide the keyword between and and here, and the condition when I want to pick it out the country with the region will be play into the two value here. And the point is that they will get the inclusive value. So if you want to have the value between 1002 to 1003 here, they also get the value 1002 and 1003. So they remove this one, they get this one, they get this one because it's inclusive, they get this one, and they remove this one. So by the end, this is the result and give it out. Okay. So in known is simple. I show you guys, right? We can insert some known data in the database, but sometimes when we perform some query, we want to pick it out that known data, or we want to eliminate that known data in our calculation, right? You can use ino or inot known to do that. With ino, you can get out the known value by using the ino here. So it's example, we have the country table and try to get all of the column with the region ID known by using the unknown value for the region ID here in our condition. And you see that just only two records will be displayed because this only two have the known value in their data. And opposite with unknown with not known. So instead of we have two records here, if we perform a not known in the same query, we have the remaining data be displayed. So they will ignore C4 and C5 and display for you on the remaining data. Okay. Okay, so with like condition, we have the idea of wildcard. you see the simple percentage already and underscore already, but we don't know what is it. Now we will talk about it here. So with the wildcard percentage symbol here, it means that it allows you to match a string from non-character to any length. So this allows that you have the string. They say that at this position can be no character, can be a lot of character over there with any kind of character. But when we provide the underscore here, it means that in this string at this position, it should be one single character. This is a sample. So we have the query segment here. Ignore the first part, ignore the select or from part. Take a look on the where part here. So after the where part, this is sample trying to say that we want to have the first character A and the remaining character with whatever it is. So it means that we want to find the value that's stuck with character A. If we do something like this, we have percentage before A, it means that we trying to find any value that ends with A and a character A. So we have something in front, whatever in front, non-character or any type of character over here, it's okay. Only thing we want to worry about is the end will be A. So with that logic, we will have something like this. We want to have the string with two character R and R appear in any position. So R, OR need to go together, and it can be the first, it can be the end, it can be in the middle, if we do this with the percentage here. So we combine with the underscore, in this situation, we can find the string which need to be the second character for the string, second position in the string. And the first character can be any kind of character, and we can have one, no, or more character at the end. So find any value that have R in the second position. This one, it means that we need to have the first character A. The next character can be anything. And we have, this means that we will need to have at least 3 characters in their length, in the string length. But the first one should be A. So if we put something in between two characters, this means that we want to have the string which start with A and end with 0, and end with all the character. So I see I see one question asking when we will end the section today. We will end the section in around 5. We have the schedule until 5, right? Yes. Okay. So the question about okay. So I go back to answer you about here. Okay. Have we told you, right? This one, it means that you need to have one character here. This one we can have 0 character to any character. This one we need to have 1 character here. So in the end, you need to have the string at least 3 character, because we have one character, number 1 character here, and number 1 character here. At least 3 character for this string, and it needs to be started with character A. So it means that we don't worry about this one. You can have multiple character here, multiple character here, but the minimum requirement is that start with A, have 1 character here and 1 character here. It's actually the same with this one, A underscore percentage. But people want to make tricky thing, they just write this like this. But it's the same idea with this string. It's also the same idea with the string like this. It's percentage. It's also the same idea of the string like this. So when we try to understand that, we need to pick it out the meaning. So this one, we want to have one character here. We have one character here. We want to have 0 to n character here. So by the end, I have the first character A, and then at least we have 1, 2, 3 character in the string. This is similar. All of them is similar with this one. Okay, I hope it's clear to Vinista. All right. Okay, so let's take a break for 1 minute, and then we try to cover this join in about 15 minutes. All right. Okay, so I actually want to cover joins today because it's quite important topic. Maybe I can review it again in the advanced topic later. But let's try to go to joins here in about 15 minutes. Okay. So basically, joins is the tool that help us to combine column from two or more table based on the relationship between the field of the data of this table. In MySQL, we can do basically 4 different type of joins. The first one is inner join. The second one is outer join. We also have cross join and cell join. But in outer join, actually we can divide into smaller type of join. We have left outer join, we have right outer join, and we also have full outer join. And this slide, it actually has a knowledge about join. A lot of interviewer will ask you in your interview for the database. And okay, let me show you how to answer the question. So you can actually using the diagram model, the Venn diagram model to answer the question by take a look on the picture. It's like this. So with the inner join, actually they will return the result at on the row from the both table. So this is the result from the both table when they match between column of both table. So you can say, maybe I can make it shorter. It will return the result with the on the row with the match from both table. It's the inner join. How about the left join? The left join, you can say that the left join will return all of the row from the left table. So this is the part on of the row from the left table. With the row, with matching row on the right table. This is matching row between left and right, right? So on the row from the left table with matching row on the right table. And the result will be null in the right side when it no match. Okay, so that's how I'm using the left Venn diagram for left joint to explain the left joint. For the right joint, you can say that the right joint will return all of the row in the right table from the right table with the matching row with from the left table, and with the row there will no match on the left side, they will return a known value. And the outer join is the most simple. The outer join, we can see that they return all of the row from the left and the right table. Okay, so you can see it's easy to remember. The inner join that did return all of the row with matching between the left and the right table, right? So the inner join, the left join, it return all of the row from the left table with the row with matching to the right table, and all of the row with no match to the right table will be returned with the known value. Similarly, with the right join, we do a revert with left and right, and the outer join is that return all of the row from both tables. Okay, you guys should try to memorize this definition because it's 90% people were asking for the on the database interview. Okay, so to understand it more, let's take a look on the example. Remember the two table because we're using this example for all of type of join that we have above, except the last one. Okay, so we have two table here. The first table name employee table with two columns, last name and department ID. The second table name is department table with two columns with department ID and department name. So remember that we have some name here, some department ID here. Other table we have department ID. You can see that we have two column here, which will be the condition for the match because they have the same type of value right here, right? And we have department name here. Okay, so the example for the inner join is this. You can see here this two table. I paste the picture here again for reference. But in the inner join, to make the inner join, you need to provide the inner join keyword. The important here is that in MySQL, when you try to do select from, right, you can alias your table name into the shorter form of the name. In this very statement, for example, we have employee here. We can make employee at E so that we can get the column from this table without writing this again and again. We don't have to do employee dot last name, employee dot department ID, department dot department name, or department dot department ID here. We can alias them by E and D. So it's easy, right? Just put any name here, put any character here, and then you can use the whole character represent for the table right here. Okay, and provide the keyword inner join. And which column we want to join, we need to put an on that column. So this employee dot department ID, department dot department ID here. And the result we did this. You can see by the definition of the inner join, they will get the column, the record, the rows only they have a matching between two tables. So we can see here roughly 31 here. We have 31 from here. This is how machine do. They go for first record, they check for the second record for the second table. So for sure this record will be in the result. So we see here roughly here. The next one they go to join, they have John's on the name. We have the 33 here. The 33 is matching, so we have John 33. Should we go with engineer 33? So we have John 33, engineer 33, another record. The Heisenberg here 33. Heisenberg will go to 33 engineer, so we have Heisenberg 33 engineer, another record. We have Robinson 34. We have Robinson 34 here. So Robinson 34 Lorico. So Robinson 34 Lorico here. So they have matching. They have Smith. They go to Smith 34. So Smith 34 here. They have Smith 34 Lorico here. So matching here. William none. No, had nothing matching here. So they remove this one. 35 marketing. There are no matching 35 marketing here. So this is the result of inner join. Only matching record will be displayed here for the inner join. So they have the question on Vinny's style. They say that the for join on table need not to be in normal form. No, we don't have to have normal form inner join. Okay, so this is the example of left outer join. We have same table. With left outer join, we need to use left outer join as the keyword before we join. In this example, we want to have all of the column, and we using the same idea of alias name for the table. So in employee, I name it as E, department, I name it as D, and I want to have E dot department ID, it means E here, joining with department ID here. Sorry, here. Okay. So what they do, because it's a left join, right? They need to get all of the row from the left table first. So we have Raphael 31, 33. For sure, all of them need to be appear in the result. So I see it here. Kind of they appear on the result. And with the matching on the right table, so we have 31 match for on the right. So join, roughly 31 here. So roughly 31 with cell and 31. So this is first record. We have join 33. So basically the same join 33 here. The second record. We have Heisenberg 33 here. We have Heisenberg 33 connect with 33 engineer. Yes, another record. We have Robinson, another record to 34. Lorico, the same. Smith 34. Yes, 34 Lorico. The difference here is that we have William here, it's known here. Even though they don't have anything in here, but they still appear here. And then because we don't have anything on here, they fill it in with non-value. So basically you can understand that we remember that they priority the left table. And the thing that doesn't have anything on the right table, they can put none in here. This is how left outer join works. Similarly, we can do with right outer join. The thing different is that when we put right outer join, they will get the right table at the priority. The similar idea, the similar logic over there. We get this one first. Everything from this one needs to be up here. And then everything we match, every match from this one with the other one, they create one record. For example, here, 31 here, we match with 31 here, so they create one record for Rafferty, 31 and cell. 33 here, they match with two different 33 here on the left table, so they create two different 33 records for here for the result. And you can see here, 35 here for marketing doesn't have any matching here, but they still have in the result. But because they have nothing matching here, so they fill it now in non-value for the left table. And one more thing is that this left table have William known here, but because we are doing right outer join, we ignore this record. So you can understand that when we do in outer join, they priority the right table, they get all of the row table, matching with the match with the left table, and with the matching on the left table will have no data that we feed in out at known value. Okay. And full outer join is easy, right? You can see that both they have full outer join here at the syntax, and you can see that in this situation I don't have alias, so I need to write it out under the name instead of e dot or d dot, right? I need to write under the name of the table. But you can see that all of the data here, even though have William known, disappear here. It's William known because I have nothing on the right table, so I put it known here. And also on the left table, we have engineer marketing 35 here. It's also appear in the result because they don't have anything on the left table, so they put it here known. So basically, outer join is more easy. They have everything. They put it together, and we don't have much data. Just put non-value into that cell of the table. Okay. The next one will be cross join, and you can see cross join. See that if you can see the table here, you can figure out we have all of the data from this table will match with each row from this table. By the result, we have graffiti 31 will match with sales 31, engineer 33, clerical 34, or marketing 35. So they match everything with everything. And you can see this one actually from the left table. They've matched with first row of the right table, and again all of them with the left table, matching with all the second row with the right table, all of the row from the left table, matching with the third row of the right table, and so on. So basically they perform the Cartesian product between two tables. So how many rows do we have? The first table with 6 rows, the second table with 4 rows. So at the result we will have 24 different rows. At in the outer join, in the cross join result. So some people might asking why we need cross join in the database. So in some problem of data science, we need to make some combination of data to do some calculation, to do some statistics. Usually we can do cross join to do that for that purpose. All right. And the last example here actually about cell join. Let me get another example. I think this example is not clear for the real time. Let me bring you another example here. Okay, this one is more clear. Let's take a look on the example when we have the employee table here. We have 4 different columns. The first column is ID of employee. The second column is their full name. The next column is days of the time that they join the company. And another column is supervisor. So somehow when we provide a supervisor, we mean that we provide the ID of other employee. So you know the idea? The idea is that an employee can be supervisor of another employee. So so when we, in this case of situation, when we try to have the table to list out who is the employee of which employees, we can use self join. And you can, the result I want to have this employee and his supervisor. So you can see that we have the Tony Stark here at the employee, and we can have Nick Fury at his supervisor. So how can we do that? We can perform self join by this syntax. We can select all of the data from, we can alias the first table employee with the name A. We can also put this table again, but we alias them with different name. So the way that we are alias them with different name make system understand that we have two different tables, even though we're just using the same table. I mean, they reference into two different tables, and then also we understand that we perform the cell join from the same table, but we understand that we're running in two different tables. And then we want to have ID from itself, we have full name from itself, and we also have the ID from B. It means the ID of our supervisor, and we name it as a supervisor ID at the result here. And we want to have this full name of our supervisor also. So how it run? When it run here, it pick up the first record, and then we try to connect with itself. You can imagine that. Let me see. You can imagine that we have two different tables here, but it's the same data, right? So the first table here, they go Nick Fury here, the ID number 1, they say no supervisor here, so they cannot make any join here to the second table. So they ignore this column. They ignore this. They go to the record number 2. They have Stony Talk here. They have ID 2. They get it out. They have the supervisor ID here, connect with number 1 here. So they have the first record, Stony Talk 1 Nick Fury. They go to another record. They have 3 here. They have group banner. We have number 1 here, connect to number 1 Nick Fury here. So they have group banner for the second record. They have the fourth record here, Peter Packer. We have the supervisor number 2, so they connect to Stony Talk number 2 here. So the Peter Packer right here, his supervisor is number 2 is Tony Stark here. So similarly, we going through two of all of them. We have 5 Steve Rogers here, supervisor with number 1. We have 6 here, supervisor in number 5 here. So by that logic, they go from the start to the end. So we see that it look like two tables, but actually the cell join is from one table. So I can see that if we remove this one after this finish, so at the result, we see one table. Rothermith say that it looked like this is the first join, just a cell join is just an inner join with itself. Yes, it's correct. You can understand that we are trying to perform the inner join to itself. In this example, it's cell join. Okay, so I have another. Actually, I have another example up here. It's hard to explain, but you guys can go through it and try to understand what I'm doing here. Okay, the example I explained here is also in the next slide, but I also have another example of cell join here for you guys at the assignment, trying to see how can they come up with the result. Don't try to understand what they are doing, just trying to understand the logic that they have here. Don't try to understand the domain, the knowledge domain, why they need to get the name out, why they need to get the ID out here. Just trying to see how they're doing, why they get the result. Okay, so yes, we have finished all of the basic concept. Some concept will be reviewed in the event topic later. Basically, we go into what is database. We go into some concept of key constraints, how we can, what is ER model diagram, entity relationship diagram, some very basic statement, and the final we are going through John's concept. And this conclude the basics topic of database. You guys have any question before I close the session? I'm not sure. Actually, maybe tomorrow or on Friday. I'm not sure about the Java syllabus. I don't have it in my hand right now, but usually will be depend on the schedule that you guys have also. So I answer the question when we will have the connection between Java and MySQL. So the answer is that depend on your schedule. Maybe tomorrow or on Friday. there will be no directly MySQL question. These concepts will be not appear in your evaluation. This concept here just try to make you understand what we have behind the scene when we working with Java and try to connect with MySQL. So the MySQL question that you have on your evaluation, this is from Java side. This is from your backend side. How you make connection. There will be no concept about key or concept about normalization or joining that we have in here from my experience. Okay? There will be a very short assignment on MySQL. Yes, I cover first normal form, second normal form, and third normal form already. It's in the slide. You can read it again, Saurabh. I provide definition, also the example. You can go through the example to see the rule, the example also. So right here you can see we have. Give me a second. This is normalization, that definition, some rule of each normal form, and then this is example with a normalized normal form, and then we try to break it out into each normal form. So we can go through it. I have some explanation here, some picture what happened here also. Okay. The assignment I will upload it right now. You can check in your PPT. Give me a second. Sample material. Okay, so I have the assignment uploading already. You can check in on PPT. So Raf asking, can I submit the project for Java today evening? I'm not sure about your Java requirement on the project, the deadline. I'm sorry, I cannot answer this question, Saraf. Is it deadline today? I think, let me see. I don't remember some other batch. Maybe you submit later. I don't know. If you finish early, you can submit it. NoSQL we have. Yes, we have Mongo. We will cover NoSQL database. Basic specifics will be MongoDB. But I'm not sure who will be covered. Maybe me, maybe other contractor. We have a lot of interest. All right. So this is my email. If you still have other question, you can email me. This is my name, and for my SQL question for today's section, or any question on the assignment also. You guys can using the assignment submission form, the form that you are using for Java to submit the MySQL question. But please name your file with MySQL Day3 with your full name here. I don't have the self-asking question if we have the resource for slide of MongoDB. I don't have it right now. Sorry, Saraf. I think it's included in one of the section of Java. I think that it could be, but I'm not sure about the day, and I don't have exactly the MongoDB right now. All right, so I will end the section.